Chapter 222. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the red fruit on the lava. Dragon fruit! A warrior from the Lai family exclaimed as he clenched his fists tightly. Mang Yan's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. His lips curled into a smile. He carefully stared at the red fruit in the distance. The fruit was oval-shaped with 4 protrusions on its skin, like 4 coiled dragons. It really is the fire dragon fruit. Mang Yan's expression was burning. Zhu Hao was pleasantly surprised. This is a 6th grade spirit fruit. Dragon fruit, a 6th grade spirit fruit. It was an extremely precious spirit fruit, even in Xia country. He did not expect to see it here. Get ready. A warrior from the Lai family shouted in a low voice. In an instant, 3 figures rushed out quickly. Whoosh! 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 The 3 figures had powerful auras as they turned into light and flew out quickly. How dare you! When the martial artists of the other forces saw this, they also sent out their martial artists. Other than the people from the Earthfire sect and the Inscription Union, a total of 11 people rushed towards the dragon fruit. The bubbles in the magma churned and gradually boiled. A few warriors at the 5th sky of the spiritual sea realm had their spirit energy defense pierced by the splashing lava. Horrifying wounds appeared on their bodies. After struggling for a while, 3 warriors fell into the lava and screamed. But soon his heart sank. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the fiery red lava with fear. No one below the harmonious spirit realm would be able to escape from such heat. Hopefully they would succeed this time. Many warriors from different forces prayed. Idiot, how is that possible? Zhu Hao said disdainfully, this kind of spirit fruit can't be picked so easily. As if in response to his words, a 5-meter-tall wave suddenly surged from the lava. Like a small waterfall, the fiery red lava exploded in the air. A few more screams sounded as a few warriors fell into the lava. The remaining warriors' faces changed as they activated their spirit energy to the extreme. Roar! A low roar sounded and echoed in the air. A tall figure emerged from the lava, emitting a terrifying demonic aura. A crimson light lit up as if it wanted to tear the air apart. The entire lava formed a dark red energy. Pung pung pung. The remaining martial artists were unable to change their direction in the air and were hit by these energies, falling into the lava one after another. Whoosh! The fiery red figure landed on the rock and looked at everyone with a ferocious expression. The expressions of the warriors on the shore changed again and again, especially the Lai family and the other families that had sent out warriors. They were heartbroken. Those were the elites of the family, yet they lost their lives just like that. What a heavy demonic aura. Mang Yan took a deep breath. Everyone looked at that figure with fear and subconsciously took 2 steps back. It was a 3-meter-tall demonic ape. Its entire body was fiery red, and its skin was like a crystal armor, emitting a dark glow. This aura is probably at the peak of the 5th rank. Deacon Wang sighed. A 5th rank demonic beast was equivalent to a warrior at the 7th sky of Spirit Sea Realm. A peak 5th rank demonic beast was close to the harmonious spirit realm. In addition, monstrous beasts were originally stronger than martial artists of the same level. Almost no one here was a match for the monstrous ape. As for the human wave tactic, it was even worse. Ordinary martial artists would not even be able to withstand a single blow from the monster ape. The scene just now was enough to explain this problem. 7 or 8 warriors. Half of them were at the 6th sky of Spirit Sea Realm, yet they could not withstand a single blow from the monster ape. Are we going to give up just like that? Everyone was unwilling. That was a 6th rank spirit fruit. Since ancient times, the harmonious spirit realm was a hurdle that blocked most of the warriors outside the door. Only a very small number of people were able to surpass it and become a true expert. However, with this kind of 6th rank spirit fruit, there was a high chance that a warrior could enter the harmonious spirit realm. This was also the reason why everyone went crazy. Moreover, even if they could not enter the harmonious spirit realm, they could still advance by a small realm. No one would give up on such a spirit fruit. For a moment, everyone looked at the Earthfire sect. It was a third-rank sect, and the leader was the first in the hidden dragon ranking, Meng Yan. He should have a way. Feeling everyone's gaze, Meng Yan smiled. Everyone, if we want to get this spirit fruit, we will need everyone to work together. Oh, young Master Meng has a way? Many warriors were delighted. Although this monster ape is ferocious, its intelligence is ordinary and not comparable to humans. We can use a trick to lure it away, Meng Yan said. Just as Meng Yan and the others were discussing, Lin Xian and the other two went around the stone door and came in. Be careful, there's lava ahead. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he reminded them in a low voice. Let's get out of here, quickly. Jiang Ruiyue felt uncomfortable underground. Wait, let's check the situation first. Lin Xian was very cautious. Purple light flashed in his eyes as if it was going to pierce through the soil. Using his soul force, he sensed everything outside and transmitted it to Jiang Ruiyue and the short old man. It's a dragon fruit, the short old man exclaimed. This is a 6th-rank spirit fruit. Lin Xian's pupils shrunk after hearing this. He naturally knew the magical effect of a 6th-rank spirit fruit. We must get it. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. You? Jiang Ruiyue curled her lips. That demonic beast can kill you with one slap. Plus, there are so many warriors outside, so we can't go out. We have to hide in the dark. Lin Xian said with a smile. The two of you, don't tell me you're thinking about the dragon fruit too? Nonsense. Jiang Ruiyue snorted. No way, you're so rich. You can take out a spirit fruit so casually. Why don't you give it to me? Lin Xian said with a smile. Go to hell. Jiang Ruiyue was furious. It's not too late to say these words after we get it, the short old man said. The three of them hid carefully underground. Outside, Meng Yan and the others had already thought of a countermeasure. The group of people used a secret technique to lure the demonic ape away while their real bodies rushed toward the dragon fruit. Old man, help me stop Meng Yan, and I can give you 1/3 of the dragon fruit. Lin Xian said with a smile. The short old man looked at Lin Xian in surprise and said in a low voice, Okay. Find me at the Inscription Alliance. Lin Xian released the little white monkey and was ready to retreat at any time. Meng Yan, the Lai family, and the other forces rushed toward the dragon fruit. Behind them, Hua Yuan's angry voice and the screams of the warriors could be heard. Oh no, that beast has noticed it. The warriors of the Lai family were shocked. Humph! The corners of Meng Yan's mouth curled into a smile. His hand was about to touch the dragon fruit. However, in the next moment, the dragon fruit was gone. Meng Yan's pupils shrank as he stared intently at his surroundings. The other warriors also exclaimed in surprise. Swish! A white figure flashed past at an extremely fast speed. The little white monkey hugged the dragon fruit and made a face at the crowd. Then it disappeared with a whoosh. It's that monkey. Damn it, chase it. Lin Xian. Meng Yan said in a low voice with a murderous aura. Chapter 223. Meng Yan's eyes revealed a sinister, killing intent. As the first on the hidden dragon roll, no one had ever dared to toy with him like this. Moreover, he would not allow this 6th-grade spirit fruit to fall into the hands of others because it was his guarantee to enter the harmonious spirit realm. Bang! A powerful aura exploded from Meng Yan's body, blowing away all the martial artists around him. How terrifying! This is the aura of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The martial artists from various factions were frightened and involuntarily took a few steps back. At this moment, the fire ape in the distance charged over. Demonic chi filled the sky. pressing down on everyone like a mountain. Lava exploded, forming a pillar of flame that sprayed towards the martial artists nearby. Whoosh! For a moment, everyone dodged quickly. Flames flickered on Meng Yan's body. He punched the rising lava wave and flew towards the bulging ground in the distance. There, he felt the aura of the dragon fruit. Deliver the goods first. Looking at Meng Yan, who was getting closer, the short old man said in a deep voice, "All right." Lin Xian was very decisive. With a chop of his hand, he threw 1/3 of the dragon fruit to the short old man. Grabbing the snow-white little monkey, Lin Xian ran out of the passage. The short old man sighed in admiration and put away the dragon fruit. This child is exceptionally talented and decisive. He'll definitely become someone great in the future. Lin Xian's actions surprised the short old man. It was very rare to be able to keep calm in front of such a treasure. His body flashed and appeared on the ground, blocking Meng Yan. Get lost. Meng Yan was exceptionally furious when he saw Lin Xian running away. Great Flame Steel Fist. Meng Yan's fists turned into a glazed color like red agate, glowing with light. That power could shatter an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. However, the short old man was not afraid. He cupped his fists and drew a circle. A green light lit up and a bright moon appeared in his hand. The gentle light contained a terrifying power. Chi, the great flame steel fist, hit the bright moon. It was as if it hit water, causing ripples. The short old man's palm turned, and the bright moon in his hand shone even brighter. A majestic power surged out and repelled Meng Yan's fist. Humph! Meng Yan snorted coldly and didn't continue fighting. His body transformed into countless flaming lights that flew out in all directions. The short old man smiled and raised his hand. The bright moon in his hand expanded infinitely, filling up the surrounding space. Ding, ding, ding. All the flames were blocked. Meng Yan's body was revealed, and he staggered back a few steps. Don't force me to kill you. Meng Yan's voice was filled with killing intent. Little fellow, be good and stay here with this old man, the short old man said with a smile. At the side, Jiang Rua blinked her big bright eyes and muttered softly. Boom! Another fiery red figure flashed past, quickly heading in the direction Lin Xian had fled. It's a fire ape! Jiang Rua exclaimed. The short old man sighed. He can only depend on himself. Even though he was strong, he wasn't a harmonious spirit realm warrior, and he didn't have the cloning technique, so he couldn't stop the fire ape. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was blasted apart, and scorching lava gushed out. A figure rushed out from the ground and kept changing positions in the air. It's Lin Xian. He's the one who stole the dragon fruit. Swoosh! A group of warriors rushed forward and stared at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. However, no one dared to step forward. The fire ape's eyes were burning with fire, and its flaming big hand mercilessly covered Lin Xian. Swoosh! Lin Xian used the wind thunderstep, creating hundreds of shadows to confuse the crowd. Block the passage! Don't let him escape! The Lai family's people shouted. Humph! Deacon Wang snorted, and his aura burst out, blocking the crowd. At the same time, all the warriors of the Inscription Union stood beside Deacon Wang, staring at the Lai family's people with unfriendly eyes. How dare you touch the people of the Inscription Union? Deacon Wang said coldly. Why wouldn't we dare? Zhu Hao, bring some people to stop Lin Xian. Meng Yan shouted. Eldest senior brother, don't worry, we won't let that kid escape. Zhu Hao and the others said quickly. For a moment, Meng Yan was held back by the short old man, and the Lai family's people were shocked by the Inscription Union. However, Lin Xian's crisis did not lessen, and the fire ape alone was enough to put him in danger. Fortunately, he did not need to kill the fire ape, he only needed to escape. Sword Soul Space. The runes in Lin Xian's right eye filled the air, forming a strong suction force, as if to suck the fire ape's soul away. Roar! The fire ape was stunned for a moment, and its body stopped. Lin Xian took the opportunity to escape quickly. When the fire ape came back to its senses, Lin Xian had already escaped into the passage. After a few angry roars, the fire ape fell into madness, but it did not enter the passage. Instead, it attacked the people in the cave. "Retreat, it's gone crazy!" Countless warriors fled, and the scene was extremely chaotic. After Lin Xian entered the passage, he increased his speed to the extreme, turning into a wind thunder shadow, and moved forward quickly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, there was the sound of air breaking behind him, and 3 powerful auras approached quickly. Swoosh! The flame was like a long snake shooting toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian flicked his hand, shooting out a few sword qi, which broke through the air. Chin! The sharp sword qi destroyed everything and dissolved the attack behind him. "Lin Xian, you can't escape!" Zhu Hao yelled from behind. Huh! Lin Xian suddenly stopped, and the Autumn Scar sword appeared in his hand. Sword Soul Space! A strange soul attack rushed toward the 3 behind him, causing their minds to go blank for a moment. Wind Thunder Sword Wave! He stabbed out, and the sword qi was like a wave, rushing out quickly. Puff! Puff! The 3 screamed, and horrifying sword wounds appeared on their bodies. Shoo! Lin Xian put away his long sword, turned around and left. Zhu Hao and the other 2 did not dare to attack again. At that moment, they felt the danger of death. Obviously, Lin Xian could easily kill them. Looking at Lin Xian's back, the 3 sighed and started to treat the wounds on their bodies. Shoo! Lin Xian escaped from the underground tunnel and came up to the surface. Without stopping, Lin Xian ran toward the mountain in the distance. Half a day later, he came to an uninhabited mountain range and opened up a cave. Wooji wooji! The snow-white monkey jumped out and kept gesturing. "Okay, I got it," Lin Xian said. He took out the dragon fruit, split it in half, and gave 1/2 to the snow-white monkey. This was what they had discussed beforehand. The snow-white monkey would steal it, and Lin Xian would be in charge of escaping. When it was done, the 2 would split it equally. The snow-white monkey ate happily, while Lin Xian took out the 1,000-year snow lotus, put it together with the dragon fruit, and gave it to Lord Alcohol. "Don't worry, I'll definitely make a pot of ice fire raging flames wine for you." Lord Alcohol laughed. A day later, Lord Alcohol finished refining. The ice fire raging flames wine was half ice and half fire. It was a mixture of ice and fire, containing a powerful energy. Lin Xian drank a cup, and his face immediately changed. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body, and it was extremely hot. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and it was abnormally cold. 2 colors, green and red, appeared on his body. Chapter 224. The effect of ice and fire was perfectly reflected on his body. 2 completely opposite forces collided in his body. Lin Xian carefully guided this force, constantly changing it. 3 days later, the boulder that blocked the cave suddenly cracked open, and a terrifying wave of spiritual power surged out from inside. The surrounding wind and clouds surged, forming a fierce wind. The momentum was shocking. Lin Xian slowly walked out with a smile on his face. He didn't expect the power of the ice fire blaze wine to be so great, allowing his cultivation to rise from the 4th sky of the spiritual sea realm to the 6th, and his strength had increased by at least 5 times. Now, even if he met Meng Yan, he didn't have to run away. With a powerful sword intent and a strange soul attack, he had the power to fight. It's time to leave. Lin Xian counted the days and realized that the battle of the inscription tower was getting closer. Let's go get Zhao Shui first. His body flashed, and he ran towards Flame City. In Flame City, Lin Xian's appearance caused an invisible storm. Everyone knew that he had a sixth-rank spirit fruit. That was something that all spiritual sea realm warriors would go crazy for. Countless pairs of eyes stared at him, and many people were ready to make a move. Lin Xian found Zhao Shui and quickly left Flame City. When the two left the city, they realized that someone was secretly following them. "Do you want me to deal with them?" Zhao Shui asked. She had been comprehending the stone eyeball for the past few days, and her soul power had reached the second seal level. It could be said that her strength had increased by a large margin. "They're just clowns. Don't worry about them." Lin Xian shook his head. Half a day later, the people behind them caught up. There were a total of 3 people, all dressed in black and wearing masks. One of them had a powerful aura, reaching the 7th sky of the spiritual sea realm. Zhao Shui's expression was solemn. With such a lineup, even with her second seal soul power, it was difficult to deal with. Who knew that Lin Xian didn't have any intention of letting her fight? He slowly walked out and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you a chance. Get lost. Or die. Kid, don't think that just because you're from the Inscription League, we won't dare to touch you. In this wilderness, even if you die, no one will suspect us brothers. Of all things you shouldn't have possessed a sacred item like the dragon fruit." The 3 masked martial artists laughed sinisterly. "Noisy!" Lin Xian's face turned cold, and his right fist suddenly blasted out. "You're courting death." A black-clothed martial artist at the 6th sky of the spiritual ocean realm sneered, and the long saber in his hand suddenly slashed out. The saber light soared into the sky like a waterfall, bringing with it a gust of wind. Lin Xian's face was expressionless. Red copper lightning patterns appeared on his arm, and complex runes covered his entire fist. Crack! When the fist collided with the saber light, the ferocious fist directly shattered the resplendent saber light. Furthermore, the fist continued to charge towards the black-clothed cultivator. Crack! Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the black-clothed martial artist's long saber broke into 2 halves, followed by his protective shield, and then his ribs. Puff! Thunder and lightning surged with terrifying force. The body of the black-clothed martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm turned into a pile of rotten meat, falling onto the ground. Hiss! The remaining 2 black-clothed martial artists gasped and looked at Lin Xian with a terrified expression. That was a martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. He was actually killed by a single punch. Zhao Shui covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, she felt a deep sense of defeat in her heart. She originally thought that with the increase of her soul power, the gap between her and Lin Xian would shrink a lot. Who knew that the gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger? Lin Xian's cultivation not only reached the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm, but his strength was even more horrifying. To be able to shatter a martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm with a single punch, even a martial artist at the beginning stage of the 7th layer might not be able to do so. Let's go together. He must have used some secret technique to increase his strength. The martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm roared. The 2 quickly charged towards Lin Xian and simultaneously launched a resplendent attack. Dang! Lin Xian pulled out the Autumn Scar sword, and with a sword drawing technique, he killed the martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Wind Emperor's sword. Sword intent surged, and Lin Xian stabbed out. Puff! The martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm's pupils dilated, and his face was still filled with disbelief. A sword hole appeared in between his eyebrows, and blood and brain matter kept gushing out. Boom! The martial artist fell to the ground. Zhao Shui stared blankly at Lin Xian and felt like she was dreaming. That was a martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. How could he be as weak as a chicken? Lin Xian sheathed his long sword, and the sword intent on his body disappeared, and even his spiritual power disappeared. The Wind Emperor's sword was already at 50%. He was very satisfied with the sword just now. Let's go. Lin Xian turned around and revealed a harmless smile. Oh, Zhao Shui nodded subconsciously and followed with a numb body. In the following days, martial artists kept coming to find them, and Lin Xian easily dealt with them. At night, the moon shone brightly. Lin Xian started a fire and roasted 2 wild boars. Zhao Shui rested her chin on her hands and looked at the fire in a daze. Suddenly, she frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Just sit. Lin Xian's voice was calm. He added some charcoal to the fire and looked into the distance. There, a tyrannical aura was rapidly approaching. Lin Xian stood up and waited quietly. Whoosh! A figure landed and the ground was smashed. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions, and it was accompanied by a scorching heat. It's not Meng Yan. Lin Xian's voice had a hint of disappointment. Who do you think you are to make Senior Meng attack? The person was disdainful. I'm Han Zhen, and I'm here to take your life. With that, the young man pulled out the long spear on his back, and then put it together. Suddenly, a fierce aura rose from his body. Spear force. Zhao Shui was shocked. At least you have a good eye. Han Zhen smiled proudly. This is great success spear force, and it's not weak even in terms of artistic conception. Lin Xian was slightly interested. It seemed that 3-star sects were indeed extraordinary. Any random person from them was a peak existence in the younger generation. Interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian pulled out his long sword. Like a divine sword being unsheathed, a fierce aura spread from his body. Ding ding. Clang. The great dragon sword intent went against the great success spear force. The 2 invisible forces collided in the void, and it was like thunder, creating terrifying ripples. Zhao Shui was a little worried. It was the first time she saw someone who could resist Lin Xian's sword intent. Moreover, the other party's cultivation was in the 7th sky of the spiritual sea realm, and he firmly suppressed Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not seem to be afraid. Whoosh! Han Zhen took the initiative to attack. The long spear shook, and like a dragon emerging from the sea, it stabbed out fiercely. The air seemed to be torn apart, and the ground shattered, and a terrifying crack appeared. This spear was extremely fierce. Wind thunder pierce. Lin Xian also stabbed out with his sword. Sword intent surged, and a sword chi that was dozens of meters long crashed down, hitting on the long spear. The 2 forces collided and the air shook. The energy surged in all directions like water ripples. Chapter 225. Crack! Crack! Zhao Shui's body floated away like duckweed. Fire kill! Han Zhen twisted his spear, and a ball of dark red flame appeared on the tip of the spear. Although the flame was small, the energy it contained was shocking. Once it appeared, the entire space trembled. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. As a rune master, his soul power was outstanding. Naturally, he could feel the terror of that ball of flame. Break! His spear surged and formed a terrifying flame attack. Using the wind thunder step, Lin Xian's body disappeared. He did not choose to take it head-on. It was not that he was afraid. Sometimes retreating was a better way to attack. The sword light flashed, and a dragon's roar was heard. The sharp blade pierced through the dark red flame and created a shocking amount of sparks. Wind Emperor's sword. As the sword pierced out, Lin Xian's sword technique changed greatly and became erratic, like an antelope hanging its horn or a meteor falling from the sky. This sword completely blended into the wind and disappeared without a trace. What? Han Zhen's face changed, other than when he fought with Meng Yan. This was the first time he felt danger from someone of the same generation. He could not even see Lin Xian's sword clearly, let alone block it. This guy is so young, but his sword technique is so good. Han Zhen's face darkened. He withdrew his spear and waved it around, forming a fiery wind as he carefully defended. Swoosh! There was a slight fluctuation in the air. A dazzling sword chi flew out and went straight for Han Zhen's vitals. The sword chi went through his defense and was about to hit his body. How is this possible? Han Zhen's face changed again. He did not believe that Lin Xian could go through his defense. However, the truth was right in front of him. Fire spirit armor. Han Zhen roared. His body glowed red, as if flames were flying out. On the surface of his body, a fiery red spiritual armor quickly formed, making him look like a fire god. Clank! The autumn scar sword hit the flame armor, and a metallic sound rang out. The great dragon sword was extremely sharp. The sword light imprinted on Han Zhen's face and made his body tremble. The flame armor shone brightly, but a small crack was still cut open. For Lin Xian, this was enough. The great dragon sword surged and quickly seeped into the armor. The fierce aura began to destroy the flaming spirit armor. Get lost! Han Zhen's heart trembled. The spiritual energy in his body surged, forming a binding force. He wanted to trap Lin Xian's long sword. At the same time, he swung his fist and punched out. His fists, which were as big as sandbags, had a magma-like color. They were like red-hot iron blocks that carried a terrifying temperature. This punch came from the bottom, heading straight for Lin Xian's head. If he was hit, he would die immediately. However, Lin Xian obviously wouldn't sit still and wait for death. When Han Zhen moved, he had already made his move. The copper lightning mark appeared on Xiao Chen's arm. Berserk lightning energy leaped about like thunder from the 9 heavens, exploding loudly. Lightning flashed and struck the fiery fist, creating a sound like a flash flood. In the distance, Zhao Xue frowned and retreated again. A moment later, the ground where she was originally standing exploded with a loud bang, and everything was charred black. After the explosion, Han Zhen's blood boiled. The pain caused his face to turn pale. His arm was numb, and he had lost all feeling. Impossible! You're a swordsman. How can your body be so strong? Han Zhen screamed. He was really stunned. From what he knew, a swordsman's attack power was strong, far surpassing that of his peers. But, correspondingly, their defensive system was very weak. Many swordsmen wore high-grade armor to make up for this weakness. Han Zhen knew this, so he didn't attack Lin Xian's heart or other parts of his body. However, Lin Xian directly competed with him in terms of physical strength and far surpassed him. After a successful attack, Lin Xian's long sword stabbed again. The great dragon sword attacked again. Lin Xian seemed to have a dragon head behind him. Poof! A thumb-sized hole was cut open on the flaming spirit armor, and blood spurted out. Whoosh! Han Zhen endured the pain in his body and quickly retreated. He didn't dare to get close to Lin Xian and could only stay far away. You dare to hurt me? I'll kill you. Han Zhen's eyes burned with anger. Even when he fought with Meng Yan, he had never suffered such an injury. The spiritual energy in his body circulated wildly, and the flames on his body emitted a 3-foot-long light. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Bang! Poof! A low rumble came from Han Zhen's body, like beans being fried. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and fine beads of sweat covered his body. You! Han Zhen half knelt on the ground, panting. Just now, the remaining golden arc in his body exploded, causing him internal injuries. Now, the spiritual energy in his body was chaotic, and he couldn't even use half of his strength. You're strong, but it won't be so easy next time. Han Zhen swallowed a few life-saving pills and said fiercely, You think I'll let you go? Lin Xian laughed in anger. This guy wanted to kill him first, and now he dared to say such words after losing. You dare to kill me? I'm a core disciple of the Earthfire sect. Han Zhen screamed. He never thought that someone would dare to touch someone from the Earthfire sect. Humph, I won't kill you, but I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Xian said coldly. This isn't a free dojo, and I'm not your sparring partner. I'll give you a choice. Leave behind your storage ring or your hand. Feeling Lin Xian's cold gaze, Han Zhen was really afraid. He didn't doubt that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. However, he was unwilling to hand over his storage ring. All of his belongings were in there. 3, 2, 1. Lin Xian counted in a low voice as he slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Storage ring. Han Zhen screamed. He took off the dark red ring, threw it on the ground, and quickly ran away. Sucking the storage ring into his hand, Lin Xian probed it with his soul power, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. As expected of a 3-star sect, their wealth was abundant. There were nearly 1 million low-grade spirit stones, several top-grade mystic class martial arts, and a low-grade spiritual class martial arts. Among them, there were 3 high-grade human class artifacts and 1 low-grade mystic class artifact. This was almost all of Lin Xian's wealth before he entered the underground world. I really hope that people like this come a few more times, Lin Xian said lightly. Zhao Shui walked over and rolled her eyes at him. For you. Lin Xian threw a short sword to Zhao Shui. Low-grade mystic class artifact. Zhao Shui exclaimed, her face full of surprise. Everyone has a share. Lin Xian shrugged. He was now very rich, so he didn't care about a low-grade mystic class artifact. The foot-long short sword was dark red in color. Under the moonlight, it glowed like a bloodthirsty eye. Thank you. Zhao Shui suddenly approached and kissed Lin Xian on the cheek. Chapter 226. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, she retreated quickly. Lin Xian was stunned. He touched his cheek, then laughed bitterly. Inexplicably, a beautiful face suddenly appeared in his heart, like a fairy. Sky Martial Region. Lin Xian said in a low voice. The night was silent. The next day, the two set off again, advancing at top speed. 3 days later, they finally arrived at Dragon Cliff City. Dragon Cliff City was more prosperous than Flame City. Those who came and went were powerhouses. Where are you going? Lin Xian asked. Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian and smiled sweetly. Lin Gongzi, thank you for escorting me all the way. This little girl can't thank you enough. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Finished speaking. Zhao Shui's eyes revealed a trace of determination and left quickly. Watching Zhao Shui leave, Lin Xian walked towards the center of the city. There was a 1,000 treasure tower branch there. Finding the 1,000 treasure tower, he walked in and stated his purpose. Lin Xian, you're here. Vivian ran out with a smile. The competition is about to start. I thought you weren't coming. Vivian complained. Why would I? Lin Xian smiled. Something happened on the way and delayed some time. Ah, you became a 2nd-grade inscriber. Vivian looked at the 2 golden patterns on Lin Xian's chest, her expression full of surprise. Even Elder Gu, who sensed it, had a look of shock. He knew the difficulty of the 2nd-grade inscriber examination. It was good to have 20%. Young friend Lin's talent is exceptional. Looks like we have hope this time, Elder Gu said with a smile. Coming quickly, Vivian pulled Lin Xian in. On this day, the 1,000 treasure tower was incomparably lively. Many elders had smiles on their faces. Some disciples who did not know the situation asked one after another. Only then did they know that a youth called Lin Xian had arrived. Lin Xian? Humph, what's so great about him? Immediately, many disciples were disdainful in their hearts. Before long, the entire 1,000 treasure tower knew that a genius youth had arrived today. Everyone, Elder Gu invites you in. An attendant came to report. Perfect. I want to see what kind of monster this Lin Xian is. Humph. He definitely can compare to Senior Martial Brother Lu. Not to mention Senior Brother Lu. I think even Senior Brother Ding can't compare with him. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, everyone arrived at the backyard. Look, it's Senior Brother Ding. It is said that Senior Brother Ding has reached the peak of One Seal soul power. I wonder if it is true? It must be true. Look at that aura, that pressure. It's definitely not fake. Look, Senior Brother Lu is here. Another group of people exclaimed. Even Senior Brother Ding looked at the entrance with a solemn face. Humph. Senior Brother Lu is already here. Why isn't that Lin Xian here yet? That's right. How arrogant. Many of Senior Brother Lu's supporters said coldly, Elder Gu is here. It was unknown who shouted. Suddenly, the entire courtyard quieted down. Everyone looked at the entrance. They saw an old man in a white robe walk in with a smile. Behind him was a beautiful woman and a handsome young man. Everyone's gaze turned to the delicate and pretty young man. They had never seen this young man before. He must be that Lin Xian. Many people had a cold expression and were ready to mock him. However, when they saw the 2 golden lines on Lin Xian's chest, they suddenly froze in place. Even Senior Brother Ding looked surprised, and Senior Brother Lu frowned slightly. 2nd grade inscription master. Many people's voices were trembling. Almost no one dared to look at Lin Xian with dissatisfaction. That was a 2nd grade inscription master. In their hearts, only Senior Brother Lu could compare to him. Haha, everyone is here. Elder Gu smiled and said, This is our young friend Lin Xian. With his participation, our chances of winning this time will increase by quite a bit. Lin Xian smiled and greeted the others. Then he stood behind Elder Gu and said no more. Next, Elder Gu explained the situation of the Battle of Inscriptions. Everyone listened carefully. Lin Xian also pricked up his ears. He found out that these people were only disciples of the 1,000 Treasures Tower. Moreover, not everyone could participate. Including Lin Xian, there were only 5 people in total. Other than that, there were several other forces in Xia country that would send disciples. One of them was the Inscription Alliance. Although the Inscription Alliance was a large regional organization, there was competition between the sub-leagues of various countries. Therefore, they were indispensable in this battle. Other than the Inscription Alliance, there was also the Ouyang family. This was an ancient family that was somewhat famous in Xia country's inscription world. 3 days later, the 3 forces of Xia country would gather in Dragon Cliff City and head to Green Water Valley together. There, they would compete with the inscription masters of Shadow Country and Rain Country to determine the quota to enter the Inscription Tower. After an hour, everyone dispersed and began to prepare carefully. 3 days later, the 1,000 Treasures Tower attracted the other 2 forces. Lin Xian recognized the people of the Inscription Alliance. The leaders were Elder Song and Deacon Meng. Among the disciples, Lin Xian saw Huang Shanshan and Zhou Yong. On the other side was the Ouyang family. The leader was an old man with a dragon-headed walking stick. Behind him stood 6 or 7 young men. One of them had an unusually strong soul power. The aura that occasionally leaked out was frightening. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Judging from the strength of the soul power, the young man's soul power seemed to be stronger than his. There are indeed many experts. Lin Xian had a hint of excitement in his heart. The people of the Ouyang family and the Inscription Alliance were also secretly observing Lin Xian and the others. After many people saw Lin Xian, they were surprised. This was because such a young 2nd grade inscription master had never appeared before. There were a total of 15 inscription masters in Xia country. They could be said to be elites. Among the 15, Lin Xian, Huang Shanshan, Lu Qing, and Ouyang Chengming were all second-grade inscription masters with strong soul power. The other 11 were first-grade inscription masters. Among them, Zhou Yong and Ding Zhi were at the peak of the first-grade inscription masters. At this point, all the inscription masters of Xia country were present. Elder Song, Elder Gu, and Elder Ouyang would be leading the team for the competition this time around. Everyone reorganized themselves and headed towards the Green Water Valley. 3 huge blue striped birds landed in the courtyard. Each of them was more than 10 meters long. When they flapped their wings, they formed a small gust of wind. Lin Xian and the others sat on them and quickly left. The 3 old men sat on 3 sides. They were all harmonious spirit experts and could easily create a strong protective shield. Without the interference of the gust of wind, Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to comprehend the inscription copied from the stone eyeball. The competition this time would definitely be a gathering of experts. He didn't want to make a fool of himself in the competition. After Elder Gu's explanation, Lin Xian knew that the competition this time was very simple. It was a martial arts competition. Compared to ordinary martial arts competitions, the competition between inscription masters was more dangerous because one could be injured at any time. And this kind of injury had a huge impact on the cultivator. As for the reward, it was naturally to enter the inscription tower. The top 3 of the competition would enter the inscription tower to comprehend the inscription. Chapter 227. A day later, a dark green valley appeared below. "We're here." Elder Gu's voice had a hint of seriousness. Many disciples on the blue, striped birds opened their eyes and looked down at the valley below. Lin Xian also lowered his head and looked down. The valley was surrounded by green trees, green mountains, and clear water, just like a paradise on earth. "Is the inscription tower here?" Many disciples were excited. Elder Song's eyes flashed. It said that this inscription tower was left behind by a Grandmaster of Inscription. You must seize this opportunity. Grandmaster of Inscription. Lin Xian was surprised. To be able to be called a Grandmaster, he must be a great figure. The 3 blue striped birds slowly descended and landed in the valley. Everyone jumped off the birds and looked around. In the middle of the valley, there was a huge array platform, exuding a vicissitude aura. On the other 3 sides of the array platform, there were some stone stands for people to rest and watch. The Battle of the Inscription Tower has a history of over 100 years, so the facilities here are more complete, Elder Gu explained. Once every 10 years, this should be the 10th time. Let's go and rest first. The group walked towards the stands on the east side. Half a day later, the people of Rain Country arrived. The 2 sides greeted each other and then took their seats. It said that a genius of inscription has appeared in Rain Country. You must be careful when the time comes, Elder Gu said. Genius of inscription. Everyone was slightly stunned. To be valued so highly by the elder, he must not be an ordinary person. For some reason, many people looked at Lin Xian. In their eyes, Lin Xian was also a genius of inscription. After all, such a young second-grade inscription master was rare. Just as they were discussing, a group of people arrived. It's Shadow Country. Elder Gu's voice was serious. Rain Country strength was about the same as theirs, but this Shadow Country far surpassed them. And the champion of the competition was always Shadow Country. A group of people slowly descended from the huge flying ship. Lin Xian looked over with interest. Most of the people of Shadow Country had arrogant looks, not taking Summer Country and Shadow Country seriously at all. However, they did have the qualifications to be arrogant. Lin Xian could sense that their soul force was extremely powerful, and among them, there were 2 whose auras made him feel apprehensive. One of them was dressed in purple, and even his hair was purple. The presence on his body had reached the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his eyes even made Lin Xian apprehensive. Purple light flashed, as if there was a formless suction force that wanted to suck away everyone's minds. Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Lin Xian's heart sank. The other person was dressed in a black robe, and his entire body was hidden in the darkness. Although the aura on his body was ordinary, the occasional fluctuations that leaked out made Lin Xian frown. The 2 countries came quite early. The leader of the Shadow Country was a purple-robed old man. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The disciples of the Shadow Country all walked towards the north side of the stands, while the purple-robed old man swept to the center of the platform. This old man will first explain the rules. The competition will be divided into 3 groups for an elimination round. The top 3 of each group will enter the finals. The purple-robed old man slowly said, "The top 3 of the finals will obtain the qualifications to enter the inscription tower, and the first place will obtain a spirit gathering pill. This spirit gathering pill is refined by the Inscription Alliance. It can condense a warrior's soul and increase the degree of soul condensation. It can also increase the chances of breaking through to the 3rd seal of soul force." Elder Song took a deep breath. There's actually a spirit gathering pill. It looks like this competition will be much more intense. The Inscription Alliance was a colossus in the entire Tianan region, and the 3 countries of Xia Country were only a few countries in the Tianan region. To a certain extent, they all belonged to the Inscription Alliance. When the young inscription masters heard about the spirit gathering pill, they immediately exclaimed. Everyone looked excited, wishing that they could immediately begin the competition. "Xiao Xuanzi, this is good stuff," Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Originally, he only wanted to enter the inscription tower, but now it looked like he had to get first place. He really needed to increase his strength now. The spirit gathering pill was too tempting for him. With the spirit gathering pill, his soul force would increase again. At that time, his chances of defeating Lin Feng would be much higher. On Xia Country's side, Ouyang Changming had a confident smile on his face, but his hands were clenched tightly in his sleeves. In the distance, the purple-haired youth from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace had an evil smile on his face, as if the spirit-gathering pill had become his private property. On Rain Country's side, an ethereal young girl sat with a smile, her beautiful eyes shining. The center of the arena glowed, forming 3 independent arenas. Each arena was 100 meters wide, enough for Sea of Soul Realm warriors to compete. Lin Xian and Vivian were assigned to the first group. The 2 of them walked near the first arena, waiting for the competition. Dozens of people gathered near the first arena. All of them had powerful auras and powerful souls. Their strength was equivalent to warriors in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Among them, Lin Xian was most afraid of the black-robed warrior from the Shadow Country. Through his understanding, he knew that the black-robed man belonged to the Dark Shadow Palace, a very mysterious sect. Aside from the black-robed man, there were several second-tier inscribers near the first arena, and their cultivation level was above the 6th layer of spiritual ocean tier. The other 2 arenas were also full of people. The most eye-catching one in the second arena was the purple-haired youth from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace, while the third arena was occupied by the ethereal young girl. The center of the arena glowed brightly, and the multicolored light soared into the sky. This meant that the competition was about to begin. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and returned it to the first arena. The 2 youths called by the referee walked onto the arena. The black arena emitted 2 rays of light that fell on the 2 youths. Lin Xian knew that this was to test whether the 2 youths were inscribers. If they weren't, then they would be rejected by the black arena, and the corresponding result would be elimination. However, the 3 countries and 9 forces obviously knew this rule, so the disciples who came to compete this time were all inscribers. One of the youths on the arena was actually the black-robed youth from the Dark Shadow Palace, and his opponent was a youth from the Rain Country. As soon as the match began, the black-robed youth drew a black rune with both hands. Like a black scythe, it sent his opponent flying with one strike. The surrounding martial artists instantly cried out in surprise. They didn't even see what the black rune was before the match ended. Several second-tier inscribers looked at the black-robed martial artist with serious expressions. Before this, they didn't take this person seriously. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and he was surprised. He sensed a dangerous soul fluctuation from the black rune. The match progressed quickly and was very exciting. Many of the moves opened Lin Xian's eyes. At this moment, the referee called out Lin Xian's name. "Lin Xian, you can do it!" Vivian waved her small fists at the side. With a faint smile, Lin Xian's body flashed, and he arrived on the arena. Opposite him, a white-robed youth stood proudly with 2 golden patterns embroidered on his chest. Second-tier inscriber. Lin Xian's eyes became serious. Chapter 228. The moment the arrogant young man stepped onto the stage, a group of people cheered. Even the martial artists from the other 2 arenas looked over. After all, second-grade inscriptionists were already the top existences here. Sigh, encountering a second-grade inscriptionist. That kid is really unlucky. That's our eldest senior brother, Kai. Not only is his soul power outstanding, his strength has reached the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Dealing with a kid at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea Realm is a piece of cake. At this time, Lin Xian had already taken off his second-grade inscriptionist silver robe, so these people did not know of Lin Xian's strength. There was also a trace of worry in Vivian's eyes. The other party's cultivation was only stronger than Lin Xian's. Kai, the outstanding youth of Shadow Country's Inscription Palace. His soul power and cultivation were top existences. Lin Xian's first opponent was actually so terrifying. The inscriptionists of Xia Country did not look too good. Elder Gu and Elder Song also frowned. Although Lin Xian was valiant, his opponent was even more valiant. Comparing the 2, Lin Xian seemed to be at a disadvantage. Elder Song, I'm afraid you're going to lose this round. A loud laugh came from the side. Everyone turned their heads, their faces abnormally ugly. Not far from them were the inscriptionists of Shadow Country. One of the old men had a smug look on his face. He was Inkai's master. Old man, the competition hasn't started yet. It's too early to say who will win. Elder Song said with a sullen face. Too early? It's not early. Such an obvious gap. Even a blind person can see it. Elder, he laughed loudly. The Inscription Palace where Old Man he was at was actually a branch of the Inscription Alliance. However, he and Elder Song were from 2 different countries and were naturally in a competitive relationship. Now that he could get rid of his old rival, he naturally felt comfortable. Is that so? Elder Song said in a deep voice. Lin Xian is also a second-grade inscriptionist. It's not certain who will win. Elder, he was slightly surprised. The people of Shadow Country's Inscription Palace were also surprised. Impossible. He's obviously a youth. How can he be a second-grade inscriptionist? The people of Inscription Palace obviously did not believe it. Old Song, a loss is a loss. Why must you make such a joke? Elder, he sneered. Everyone from Xia Country felt aggrieved. These guys from Shadow Country were too arrogant. Their tails were raised to the sky. I believe that Lin Xian will definitely win, Huang Shanshan said softly. Everyone looked at arena number 1 with a glimmer of hope in their hearts. On the first arena, Lin Xian and Kai were already fighting. The 2 of them were moving quickly in the arena. After images flashed on the black arena, accompanied by wind, thunder, lightning, and surging spiritual energy. So fast! Many martial artists could not keep up with the speed of their eyes and could only use their soul power. They feared Kai from the bottom of their hearts, but Lin Xian's performance had exceeded their expectations. His speed was not at all inferior to Kai's. He Inksai's expression was cold and arrogant as he attacked mercilessly. He was the #1 disciple of the Inscription Palace. Naturally, he did not place Lin Xian in his eyes. His soul power spread out, and he clearly captured the trajectory of Lin Xian's movements. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He Inkai waved his palm at the back, left like lightning. The surging spiritual energy surged and the air whistled. This palm was like a tsunami, powerful to the extreme. Within a 10-meter radius, everything was shrouded by the wind from his palm. Whoosh! A figure appeared. It was Lin Xian. He appeared. Haha, he finally appeared. Senior brother, he is mighty. Finish him in one move. The disciples of the Inscription Palace shouted. In their view, Lin Xian, who appeared, was a human target. He would definitely not be able to escape from He Inksai's palm. Haha, old Song, you've lost. Elder, he laughed arrogantly. Elder Song and the others' faces were gloomy. The inscriptionists of Xia country were silent. Not good. Near arena #1, Vivian's face also changed. Lose for me. He Inkai sneered, and his palm struck out like a tsunami. The violent spiritual energy hit Lin Xian. Boom! An earth-shattering tremor spread in all directions from arena #1. At this moment, all the cultivators in the valley were looking at ring #1 with shock on their faces. Elder Song and the others' hearts sank. They didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to withstand such a blow. Prepare the elixir to rescue him. Lin Xian has unlimited potential. We can't leave any hidden injuries. Elder Song began to deploy. Crack! In the huge spiritual energy vortex, the power of lightning suddenly flashed and brandished its claws in the air. Everyone looked over in shock, waiting for the moment the result would be revealed. The spiritual energy vortex dissipated, and arena #1 regained its clarity. Two figures appeared in the arena. He Inksai's palm was firmly imprinted on Lin Xian's chest. On the other hand, Lin Xian's entire body was suffused with the glow of lightning. Numerous complicated lightning runes appeared on the surface of his body, and they were filled with a violent energy. This is your attack, Lin Xian said lightly. Too weak. He Inksai's pupils constricted and fear welled up in his heart. Impossible. How could he block Senior Brother his attack? The Inscription Palace's warriors cried out loudly while the others were in an uproar. Too shocking. Too unexpected. A martial artist at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm actually took a blow from a martial artist at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm head-on and was completely fine. This, on the grandstand, Elder He's face was solemn and his eyes were filled with shock. Not only him, but even Elder Song and Elder Gu were shocked. Those inscriptionists of Great Xia were even more stunned. They did not dare to believe such means. Old man, things seem to be different from what you predicted. Elder Song struck a blow. Elder, his face darkened as he cursed in his heart. He actually misjudged. How many years had it been since something like this happened? You're actually fine? On the stage, He Inksai's voice trembled. You should worry about yourself. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold, and his right hand was like an iron clamp, firmly grabbing onto He Inksai's arm. With a slight force, Lin Xian lifted He Inkai up and smashed him onto the ground. Not good. You dare! The martial artists of the Inscription Palace exclaimed and were abnormally worried. Let go. He Inkai was enraged. His entire body's spiritual power surged, forming a terrifying spiritual power storm. However, in front of Lin Xian's copper thunder pattern, everything was useless. Soul interference. At the last moment, He Inkai used his soul power. His rich soul power surged towards Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian's soul was attacked, he could immediately counterattack. Pum! Lin Xian was not afraid. His soul power surged out and clashed with He Inksai's soul power. In the next moment, Lin Xian successfully blocked He Inksai's soul power, while He Inkai crashed heavily onto the ground. Huh! The black ground was abnormally hard and did not shatter. However, his huge impact caused the entire stage to shake as if an earthquake happened. Pooh! The protective spiritual power armor on He Inkai's body shattered. His face was abnormally pale and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 229. Lin Xian's attack caused He Inkai to suffer internal injuries. Falling to the ground, He Inkai's mind was in a daze. The spiritual sea in his body was in chaos. He was puzzled by the scene just now. He had clearly used a soul attack, but the other party was not affected at all. Furthermore, he could feel a strong soul power resisting him. Is he also a second-grade inscription master? He Inkai suddenly had such a thought in his mind. However, he quickly ruled it out. Such a young second-grade inscription master had never appeared in the history of the Shadow Country, let alone the backward Xia country. He rolled and quickly fled to the back. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance to escape. His palm shot out like lightning and he once again grabbed He Inkai. What? Everyone was stunned. Shameless. Let go of the eldest senior brother. Despicable. The people of the Inscription Palace cursed loudly. Their eyes were burning with anger. However, the martial artists of Xia Country were extremely excited. Many of them could not help but shout. Before the start of the competition, they had been ridiculed by the people of the Shadow Country. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to return the favor. Kid, you've angered me. He Inkai was an elite of the Inscription Palace. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Moreover, his opponent was a youth who was inferior to him in all aspects. His soul force violently tumbled and a terrifying aura filled the air. Soul shock! A sharp voice rang out, followed by a terrifying soul force. At this moment, the martial artists near the first arena trembled. They felt a tremor from their souls. It felt as if their souls would be extinguished at any time. Great, it's senior brother, he's soul secret skill. That kid is dead for sure. No one can escape senior brother. He's soul shock. The disciples of the Inscription Palace revealed a victorious expression. In the stands, Elder, he also breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect him to use his ultimate move so quickly. To be defeated by this move, you people of Xia Country should be proud. Elder, his words shocked Elder Song and the others. They naturally knew the power of the soul shock secret skill. Anyone who was hit by it would have their soul severely damaged. In serious cases, it could lead to immediate death. Damn it, nothing can happen to Lin Xian. Elder Gu clenched his fists. Die! He Inkai's eyes flashed with a vicious light. Lin Xian's actions made him want to kill him. Slash! Feeling the pressure on his soul, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Runes flashed in his left eye, and the soul sword quickly slashed out. Chi! He Inkai's soul attack was cut into two like a piece of cloth. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. He Inkai clutched his head and screamed as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Bang! Lin Xian kicked him out of the field. Silence, absolute silence. The cultivators near stage 1 were all stunned, not daring to believe the reality in front of them. That was soul shock. How could it be broken so easily? Senior apprentice brother, he. The people of Inscription Palace regained their senses and quickly ran towards He Inkai. Whoosh! A figure quickly appeared beside He Inkai. This was an old man, Elder He of the Inscription Palace. His soul reached out and circled around He Inkai's body. His face immediately turned gloomy. Humph, this old man has misjudged you. Elder, he looked at Lin Xian coldly. Feeling the pressure of a harmonious spirit expert, Lin Xian's face turned slightly pale. The dragon pattern in his body shone brightly, and the great dragon sword intent roared in his body. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a surge of energy filling his body, and the pressure of a harmonious spirit expert gradually disappeared. Elder He, please mind the rules. The judge of stage 1 walked over with a warning tone. Elder, he glared at Lin Xian with hatred, and then quickly brought He Yingkai back to the spectator stand to treat his injuries. Elder Song, very good, very good. Elder, he looked at the great Xia's side and said coldly, "Thank you for letting me win." Elder Song and the others were not afraid of Elder He. However, they were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian's attack was too shocking. The winner is Lin Xian. The judge said loudly, "Hua!" The disciples of Great Xia cheered and shouted, while the disciples of the other 2 countries were stunned, especially the disciples of the Shadow Country. Their faces were gloomy. They could not accept this result. Lin Xian, he. The black-robed youth from the Dark Shadow Palace let out a low laugh. "I hope you won't disappoint me." This voice made some of the nearby disciples feel a chill in their hearts. Many of them quietly moved away from the black-robed youth. They had seen the black-robed youth's strength, and the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace knew how powerful he was. Many of the Shadow Country's disciples looked at Lin Xian with hatred. As long as the black-robed youth attacked, Lin Xian would lose without a doubt. "Lin Xian, be careful," Vivian said with a worried face. Obviously, she felt the unusual atmosphere nearby. "I'm fine. Be careful. If you can't do it, you can give up," Lin Xian whispered. "The wound on the soul is hard to heal. You must think carefully." Vivian nodded. She knew how powerful it was. As expected in the later rounds of the competition, the people of the Inscription Palace began to specifically target Vivian. However, Vivian's strength had reached the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and her soul power had reached the peak of a first-grade inscription master. In the vicinity of the first stage, aside from a few second-grade inscriptionists, there were really not many who were her match. The competition continued. A few second-grade inscriptionists stepped onto the stage one by one and easily defeated their opponents. Gradually, the division of strength between each side appeared. The first tier was Lin Xian, the black-robed youth, and a few other second-grade inscriptionists. These people all subdued their opponents within a few moves. However, the following matches refreshed everyone's understanding of the black-robed youth. In the second round, the black-robed youth, Wu Ying, stepped onto the stage again. His opponent was the second-grade inscription master of Rain Country, Zhong Yu. The black-robed youth's hands moved, forming a black symbol in front of him that contained a terrifying energy. His opponent, Zhong Yu, was holding a circular weapon that was covered with sharp gears. With a wave of his hand, the circular metal gear flew out like lightning. On top of it, there were dozens of tiny blades flying out. Zhong Yu's soul power surged, controlling the flying blades that filled the sky, forming an all-around attack. "Who?" The black-robed youth, Wu Ying, shook his body and disappeared from where he stood. Ding, ding, ding. All the flying blades hit the ground, forming a string of sparks. Zhong Yu's attack failed. He spread out his soul power and instantly sensed the black-robed youth's location. "Behind me." He suddenly turned around, but what welcomed him was a black flash. Chi, chi, pum. Like a black flash of lightning, it quickly hit the circular gear. A thumb-sized hole appeared. The black flash passed through the metal and heavily hit Zhong Yu's body. His spiritual power armor was penetrated, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. "Admit defeat." Zhong Yu covered his wound and walked down the stage with a terrified expression. He had a feeling that if he did not admit defeat, he would very likely die on the stage. Chapter 230. Everyone was stunned. Even a second-grade inscription master like Zhong Yu couldn't last more than 2 moves in the hands of the black-robed youth. If anyone else went up, they would be killed in seconds. Lin Xian looked at the black-robed youth with a dignified look in his eyes. Very strong. That was his feeling. Swish. The black-robed youth looked at Lin Xian, His gaze was like a pillar of fire, unbearable. Lin Xian's expression didn't change. The sword light in his eyes flashed as if a peerless sword had been unsheathed, incomparably sharp. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks appeared in the air, like metal intersecting, and a wave of energy quickly spread out. Hee hee, the black-robed youth sneered and quickly walked down the stage. Soon after, Lin Xian went up on stage again. Many people were shocked and looked at Lin Xian with a dignified look. Until now, no one would underestimate Lin Xian. However, when they saw Lin Xian's opponent, they all exclaimed, "Ha, that Lin kid is dead." Many disciples of the Inscription Palace sneered. The disciples of the state of Great Xia frowned and looked cautiously at the figure on the stage. She wore a purple short skirt that just reached her thighs. Her upper body was even more revealing, and most of her snow-white chest was exposed, making people want to vomit blood. With a delicate face and a devilish figure, she was simply a seductress. So beautiful. TSK, her thighs are so white. You want to die? Don't talk nonsense. She is the second disciple of the Purple Demon Palace. Someone warned. Purple Demon Palace. Suddenly, many martial artists' faces regained their clarity, and even their eyes were restrained. This Purple Demon Palace was not only a third-grade sect of the Shadow Country, but it was also powerful and cruel. Otherwise, it wouldn't be known as the Demon Palace. The disciples of the state of Great Xia looked dignified, and many people were worried about Lin Xian. The second disciple of the Purple Demon Palace, Hua Yan, was several times stronger than he and Kai. This time Lin Xian is dead. The disciples of the Shadow Country all sneered. Many of the martial artists in the other arenas also looked in this direction. Even the black-robed young man was staring at the arena. Hee hee, young man, why don't you surrender when you see me? Hua Yan's voice was extremely sweet. There was a hint of seduction in her voice, causing one's blood to surge. Immediately, some of the disciples who were closer to the arena turned red, as if their skin was about to bleed. As soon as Hua Yan's voice rang out, Lin Xian felt an invisible soul force interfering with his perception. At the same time, the aura in his body seemed to be boiling. Humph! With a cold snort, the great dragon sword in his body formed an invisible sword chi that cut through the void. Purple Extreme Devil Palace? The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. That's useless against me. Lin Xian's gaze was sharp. Wherever it passed, it was as if a sword had swept past, turning everything into nothingness. Hua Yan was a little surprised when she saw that her charm illusion technique did not work. Hua Yan smiled faintly like a blooming lily. Her expression was extremely beautiful at this moment, and many people saw a strange scene. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Lin Xian sneered. He had been studying the inscriptions that Lord Alcohol had given him over the past few days, and he had a new understanding of the use of souls. There seemed to be thousands of inscriptions rotating in his right eye, and a strange soul wave was transmitted. Trap! The surroundings changed drastically, and Hua Yan seemed to be in a dark cage. Clang! The sound of iron chains rang out, and she was quickly bound. Chi! Chi! The cold iron chains exerted some force, and her clothes were shredded into pieces. Her jade-like body was exposed to the air, followed by all kinds of torture. In the outside world, Hua Yan stood motionless. Suddenly she frowned. She bit the tip of her tongue lightly, and the purple light in her eyes intensified. In the spiritual space, her jade-like body suddenly changed and fell to the ground like petals. Where Lin Xian stood, countless tentacles grew out and wrapped around him. Hee hee, you're still far from being able to use techniques on me. Hua Yan smiled charmingly, and her eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. Release your most primitive desires. Pink gas gushed out from the tentacles and drilled into Lin Xian's body. Chi, The sword of soul slashed and destroyed everything. Is Rushue still alive? Lin Xian suddenly asked. What? How did you know? Hua Yan was stunned. Then, she seemed to have thought of something, and her face changed drastically. Did you injure him? Impossible. Sword of soul. Lin Xian smirked, and a translucent sword qi suddenly pierced out, cutting off the tentacles around him. The sword qi surged and quickly slashed at Hua Yan. This is impossible. How did you know this move? Hua Yan's face finally changed. Her soul shook, and she wanted to escape from this space. However, the speed of the Sword of Soul was unimaginable, and it slashed Hua Yan's soul in an instant. In the outside world, Lin Xian and Hua Yan stood quietly without any movement. However, the surrounding disciples only knew that they must be engaged in a special soul battle. This kind of battle was the most dangerous, and the slightest mistake could cost one's life. Is this real? Is this Lin Xian so strong that he can compete with Hua Yan? Impossible. Hua Yan is the second disciple of the Purple Demon Palace. How can Lin Xian be her opponent? It's only been 5 breaths. Let's wait a little longer. These people were nervous and did not know what was going on. Suddenly, Hua Yan's body trembled, and she regained her mobility. It's over. Everyone was excited. They knew that the soul battle was over. Puff! However, to their surprise, Hua Yan's face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Hua Yan spat out blood. Did she lose? Everyone could not believe it and hurriedly looked at Lin Xian. They saw that Lin Xian had a smile on his face, and his expression was the same, without any discomfort. No, I must be under an illusion. Wake up! Yes, it must be Lin Xian's illusion. Many disciples of the Shadow Kingdom shouted, unwilling to believe this fact. The disciples of the Purple Demon Palace could not accept it. They would rather believe that they were under an illusion. Do you still want to continue? Lin Xian said lightly. Hua Yan covered her undulating chest, and there was a trace of struggle in her eyes. Thinking of his abnormal physical skills, Hua Yan finally sighed. Good brother, you won. What? Hua Yan actually admitted defeat. The group of people was stunned. Winner, Lin Xian. The referee's voice echoed in the valley, shocking everyone. At this moment, almost everyone looked at Lin Xian. In the stands, the elders of the Purple Demon Palace frowned. Even Hua Yan lost. This kid seems to be not simple. I've never heard of him before. I don't know where this kid came from. Although Hua Yan lost, there's still Zi. As long as he's here, the first place will be ours. Several elders of the Purple Demon Palace whispered to each other. Near the second arena, the purple-haired Zi looked at Lin Xian with a cold expression. Hua Yan, don't worry, I'll avenge you. In the next round, Zi Yi versus Li Guang. In the second arena, the purple-haired Zi Yi walked up to the stage and faced his opponent. He only glanced at him. Ah! A miserable scream sounded in the second arena, making people's scalp tingle. Chapter 231. Zi Yi only glanced at him, and his opponent screamed crazily, bleeding from all 7 orifices. This kind of method was simply unimaginable. After easily defeating his opponent, Zi Yi turned his gaze to the first arena. A murderous intent soared to the sky, as if there was an invisible blade hanging over everyone's head. Lin Xian felt a sharp soul force piercing towards him, and that force was several times stronger than Hua Yan's. He focused and prepared to defend with all his strength. At this time, the soul force suddenly disappeared. I hope you can hold on a little longer. In the arena, I will kill you in 1 move. Zi Ye's words echoed around. F***CK. Zi Yi is angry. This guy is dead. No one has ever been able to resist Zi Ye's gaze, even if that guy is strong. The disciples of Shadow Country were excited and couldn't wait to see Zi Yi fight. Anytime, Lin Xian's face was calm as he slowly walked down the arena. Hua! The crowd around him separated, automatically making a path. Now only Z, this kind of peerless genius, could contend with Lin Xian, and ordinary people couldn't stop him at all. At this moment, no matter what these people thought, their actions had already acknowledged Lin Xian's strength. The competition continued, and all kinds of genius powerhouses displayed their powerful combat power in front of everyone. In the first arena, other than Lin Xian, there was also a strange and unpredictable black-robed youth, Wu Ying. In the second arena, Zi Yi defeated his opponent in one move, and no one could resist him. Other than him, there was also Ouyang Changming, a disciple of Xia country's Ouyang family. He also displayed his powerful strength, defeating many second-grade inscriptionists. On the third arena, an ethereal young girl's movements were gentle, like a celestial fairy. She was Rain Country's genius girl, Yu Fei. The strength displayed by this girl was not inferior to Zi, and many people were looking forward to the battle between the two. Other than that, there were also some outstanding geniuses. At this time, the second arena welcomed battle. Zi Yi versus Ouyang Changming. One was a recognized powerhouse, and the other was a rising star. The battle between the two attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he was also carefully watching the battle. Judging from Ouyang Changming's performance, he was stronger than Hua Yan. But how would he compare to Zi Yi? In the stands, the people from the Xia country looked nervous, especially Elder Ouyang. He clenched his fists secretly. Changming, don't force yourself. Elder Ouyang sighed in his heart. On the second arena, Zi Yi was dressed in a long gown. His purple hair fluttered in the air, making him look incomparably demonic. A disciple of the great Xia country? I'll take some interest from you first. After saying this, his eyes emitted a demonic purple glow, like two purple stars. An aura that made one's soul tremble suddenly appeared. An entire space fell into a state of oppression. Purple demon eyes. Purple light flashed, instantly enveloping Ouyang Changming. Wang. Ouyang Changming's body shook, and then he stood still. The nearby disciples looked nervous. Many of them had frightened looks on their faces. It's the purple demon eyes. This is the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's most powerful eye technique. That brat is done for. I heard that no one below the harmonious spirit realm can resist the purple demon eyes. Not only the young disciples, but even some of the elders were also looking at the arena with serious expressions. They were more familiar with this kind of eye technique. It was an extremely powerful eye technique that could suck a person's soul into a special spiritual space. Once they entered, they would be at the mercy of others. Changming, Elder Ouyang's face was filled with worry. Humph, the elder of the inscription palace, sneered. They were eager to see something happen in the great Xia country. 1 breath, 2 breaths after 10 breaths of time, Ouyang Changming still hadn't fallen. Although his face was pale and his body was drenched in sweat, he was still standing. He can actually last for 10 breaths of time. This kid is not simple. I'm afraid that even a second-grade inscriptionist at the peak might not be able to withstand it for 10 breaths. At the 11th breath, Ouyang Changming's body moved. Bang! He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood flowed down, continuously, splashing into the air. To be able to last for 10 breaths of time, you should be proud. Zai's voice was cold, as if he was a high and mighty king. Ouyang Changming's body trembled, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was powerful and thought that he was the #1 person in the great Xia country, but he didn't expect to be defeated here. The gap was too big. In Zai's spiritual space, he didn't have the strength to fight back. He could only bitterly resist. I only used half of my strength, Zai said with an evil smile. What? Ouyang Changming's body trembled, and the people around him cried out in alarm. Half of his strength defeated Ouyang Changming? Just how powerful was Zi? This Ouyang Changming should be the #1 person in the Great Xia country. It seems that the Great Xia country has no hope this time. There were sighs and sneers nearby. 2 disciples of the Ouyang family went up to help Ouyang Changming off the stage. Their backs were filled with loneliness. The disciples of the Great Xia country had a worried look. Were they going to be last again? You forgot one person. Huang Shanshan stood in the crowd and said in a low voice. The disciples of the Great Xia country raised their heads with a puzzled expression on their faces. Lin Xian, we still have Lin Xian. He defeated Hua Yan. The eyes of the disciples of the Great Xia country suddenly burst with light, as if they had caught the last life-saving straw. Yes, Lin Xian is also a 2nd-grade inscription master. Maybe he can create a miracle. Humph. Although the one surnamed Lin is strong, he is almost on par with Ouyang Changming. Compared to Zai, he is too weak. Your Great Xia country actually put your hopes on a little brat. How sad. The disciples of the Shadow country said ruthlessly. At this time Zai laughed and said, within 10 breaths, I can get rid of Lin Xian. His voice was unusually cold, as if the space was frozen. Senior brother Zai is mighty. The Purple Extreme Demon Palace will win. For a time, there was a burst of cheers in the valley. In the stands, the elders of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace had a calm smile on their faces. Zai's Purple Extreme Demon Eyes has been cultivated to the 3rd level. I'm afraid that none of the young disciples in the entire valley is his opponent. The inscription tower is nothing. When the time comes, the entire Shadow country will be ours. The people of the Nether Hall have already moved out. Our Purple Extreme Hall can't fall behind. Several elders of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace communicated with each other, their expressions full of pride. On the side of the Great Xia country, there were sighs. Elder Ouyang had already gone to treat Ouyang Changming. Elder Song and Elder Gu looked at each other and shook their heads. Can Lin Xian contend with Zai? Elder Song's voice had a hint of disappointment. It will be difficult, Elder Gu said in a low voice, but I have confidence in him. Oh, Elder Song looked at him in surprise. When I first met Lin Xian, he was only a martial artist at the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm. But at that time, he could continuously create miracles, challenging geniuses above his level, killing the older generation of martial artists, and even challenging the harmonious spirit realm. And in a short 3 months, his cultivation actually reached the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. I have never seen this kind of speed. Chapter 232. Every one of Lin Xian's deeds could shock a group of people. And when these deeds were concentrated on one person, it was even more shocking. Elder Song's eyes lit up again. He was also the one who witnessed Lin Xian obtain the title of a 2nd-grade inscription master. He was also full of hope for Lin Xian. The competition went on quickly. During this time, Lu Qing, Ding Jie, and the others from Thousand Treasures Tower were all defeated. Lu Qing was defeated by Ziyi with a glance, and Ding Jie was defeated by the ethereal girl from Rain Country. For a moment, Xia Country's momentum fell to the bottom. At this time, on the first arena, the referee's voice sounded again. Next match, Lin Xian versus Shadowless. Shadowless, the black-robed young man, was listed as a terrifying martial artist like Ziyi. Hua. Some of the disciples who were not participating in the competition all ran towards the first arena, surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Most of them were disciples from Xia Country and Shadow Country. After all, this battle would determine whether Xia Country could rise. If Lin Xian couldn't even defeat the black-robed man, then it was even more impossible for him to defeat Ziyi. That also proved that Xia Country would be completely defeated in this competition. For a moment, Wei Wei, Shan Shan, Lu Qing, and the others were all watching nervously. In the stands, Elder Song and Elder Gu also took a deep breath and looked over with rapt attention. The black-robed young man stood on the stage like a ghost, emitting a terrifying aura. "Kid, your luck has come to an end to meet me." The black-robed young man's voice was a little hoarse. "Xia country is destined to have no fate with the inscription tower." "Cut the crap." Lin Xian frowned. He sensed some black runes quietly forming under his feet. Boom! The copper thunder pattern shone brightly. Lin Xian's whole body was surrounded by thunder and lightning, like a thunder god descending to the world. Xiao! Xiao! The black gas was like a worm attached to a bone, quickly crawling onto Lin Xian's body. At the same time, the black-robed young man's fingers shone with a black light, and a dangerous aura spread out. Qi! A black light rushed out from his fingertip and attacked Lin Xian like black lightning. Disperse! Lin Xian's body shook as the lightning patterns on his body flickered, dispersing the black aura around him. At the same time, his feet flashed and his figure disappeared. Whoosh! When he reappeared, he was already behind the black-robed young man. So fast! The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. They simply couldn't see Lin Xian's footwork clearly. Their exclamation was reasonable because none of the black-robed youth's opponents had ever been able to dodge the black finger light. Even the second-grade inscriptionists were no exception. But now, Lin Xian had easily dodged it. The black-robed young man sneered. With a shake of his black robe, he disappeared. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they used their soul power to search. Soon, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. No, they couldn't sense the black-robed young man at all. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He released his soul force and carefully sensed. A moment later, he frowned. Just like the others, he didn't sense anything. That kid is dead for sure. How dare he show off his speed in front of Shadowless? Does he really think he's called Shadowless for nothing? The disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace sneered, their words full of mockery. Using Shadowless as his name was enough to show the black-robed young man's speed. The disciples of the state of Great Xia were shocked. They thought the black-robed young man's strength was his soul power, but they didn't expect it to be his speed. With such speed, the opponent can't even sense it. How can he attack? Don't be discouraged. Lin Xian's defense is very strong. Shadowless might not be able to break it, Vivian said in a low voice. The disciples of the state of Great Xia were stunned, then overjoyed. Indeed, Lin Xian's defense was very strong. Even a martial artist at the seventh sky of the spiritual sea realm couldn't break it. Just as everyone was filled with hope, a sharp black light appeared in the air. Its appearance was so sudden that there was no sign at all. Whoosh! The black light was like a crescent moon, as if it had split the void in half. Dang! Lin Xian threw a punch at the half-moon black light, creating a burst of sparks. Chi! Crack! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled incessantly. Lin Xian shattered the crescent-shaped black light, but his arm was still numb. This was the first time he felt numb since he had mastered the copper thunder mark. After shattering the crescent moon, Lin Xian spread out his soul power, searching for the black-robed young man's figure. However, he caught a trace of his aura, then he lost track of it again. After a few breaths, the sharp qi slashed the void again, coming from behind him. This time it was a black sickle. The sharp edge of the sickle was cold, making people's souls tremble. Puchi! The saber landed on Lin Xian's body, leaving a half-foot-long gash on his body. The copper thunder mark was cut open a little. Although it didn't hurt Lin Xian, the impact was shocking. Below the stage, the disciples of the state of Great Shadow were all boiling and shouting. The disciples of the state of Great Xia were worried. They thought that the black-robed young man couldn't hurt Lin Xian. Now it seemed that they were too naive. A black sickle was enough to cut open Lin Xian's defense. Lin Xian was also shocked. He twisted his body and quickly dodged the sharp edge. It can actually cut open the copper thunder mark. His face was gloomy. He was very clear about the power of the Copper Thunder Mark. Although his Copper Thunder Mark was only at the lower level, a normal martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm couldn't break his defense. It must be that black sickle. Lin Xian didn't believe that the black-robed young man could break his defense, because the first attack didn't hurt him at all. What kind of weapon could actually cut open the lower-level Copper Thunder Mark? Could it be a high-level mystic artifact? He was shocked, but at the same time he was on full alert. This was a difficult opponent to deal with. His movement technique was strange to the extreme. In the following time, Lin Xian was in a passive defense, almost getting hurt a few times. However, he also noticed something. This method of attack was very similar to my wind melting style, but it was much more advanced than my wind melting style. The principle should be the same. He blended into the wind. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. With a flip of his palm, the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Weapon? Lin Xian actually took out a weapon. The nearby disciples were shocked. They had never seen Lin Xian use a weapon. Long sword. Could he be a sword cultivator? Even some of the Xia Kingdom's disciples were stunned, and many of them looked at Vivian. Yes, Lin Xian is indeed a sword cultivator. Vivian nodded. Lin Xian. Could he be the one ranked 20 on the Hidden Dragon rank? Lin Xian! Someone exclaimed. Instantly, a group of people was shocked. A powerful sword cultivator was actually a 2nd grade rune master. This kind of news was undoubtedly explosive. You think you can fight against Shadowless with a long sword? Too naive. Yeah, a backward country indeed. The disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace sneered. They were very clear about Shadowless's strength. He was a genius who had comprehended a trace of the wind mentality. Although it was only a trace, it wasn't something that Lin Xian could fight against. Chapter 233. It's useless. No one can find me. The black-robed young man's voice rang out in the surroundings. It was so ethereal that no one could find his real body. You can try. Lin Xian sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The black-robed young man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the air on Lin Xian's left was torn apart. The black sickle slashed down mercilessly. Shoo! A sword light flashed and accurately pierced the blade. The horrifying force caused the blade to deviate. Boom! The black sickle slashed the ground, creating a crack. Countless rocks rolled to the sides. The solid black ground was finally broken open at this moment. After succeeding, Lin Xian's eyes turned sharp. The autumn scar sword in his hand pierced out again. It was as fast as lightning. At this moment, the black-robed young man had already disappeared. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian unleashed the full potential of the Wind Emperor's sword. The sword became transparent as if it had disappeared. Only the sword hilt was exposed. This scene was extremely strange. It was as if the long sword was broken in half. However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Puff! Dang! A low sound rang out in the air. Then a human figure appeared. What? He actually hit it. The surrounding people looked at the black-robed young man who was in a sorry state. Their faces were filled with shock. Impossible! How did he find out? The disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace screamed. Even some of the elders were frowning, guessing. He must have guessed. The shock on the black-robed young man's face did not recede. Like the other disciples, he believed that Lin Xian's sword strike was a wild guess. He had comprehended a trace of the wind mentality. He could merge with the wind. Normal people would not be able to find him, let alone hit him. Thinking of this, the black-robed young man calmed down. His body shook and he disappeared again. Shoo! A black blade light that was dozens of meters long slashed through the air. However, the black-robed young man did not appear. Shoo! The dazzling sword light lit up. It was like a cold light that lit up half of the arena. Boom! The black-robed young man's body was blasted out again. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stopping. This is impossible. He finally lost his composure. Lin Xian did not respond. Instead, he quickly attacked. With the power of wind and lightning surging, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. Those who were observant would notice that Lin Xian's body was beginning to fade in and out of existence. Sometimes they couldn't even sense him. Thunder and lightning surged and the wind howled. Wind and thunder blended together, and the terrifying sword energy tore through the sky. With a thrust of the sword, all the air within 10 meters was sucked away. Clang! The black-robed youth held a 2-meter-long black sickle in his hand and formed a semicircle in the air, blocking Lin Xian's sword light. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian had already arrived beside him. His left fist was like a dragon as he suddenly punched out. Thunder and lightning intertwined and instantly smashed onto the black sickle. The terrifying force caused the black-robed man to retreat more than 10 meters. Wind Emperor's sword. The sword light disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of the black-robed man. Whoosh! The black robe was torn apart, and a half-meter-long sword mark appeared on Shadowless's body. Luckily, he had the black chi protecting his body, so this sword did not hurt him. However, his sorry state made him even more furious. You dare to embarrass me? You deserve to die. Shadowless tore apart the black robe on his body, revealing a black armor. As if he was a martial artist that walked out of hell, Shadowless's body was filled with black chi, bringing with it a sinister aura. Death Sickle! Shadowless roared. The black sickle formed a terrifying attack, and the sharp blade caused terrifying cracks to appear on the ground. The black wind blade wrapped around Lin Xian. As long as it touched him, it would tear him apart. Even a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier would not be able to block this kind of attack. Lightning Storm! Lin Xian activated his spirit power, and a terrifying scene formed within 10 meters. Wind and thunder intertwined, and the wind roared like a lightning tribulation. The two forces collided, sending out a violent energy wave. Violent air waves swept out in all directions. The overflowing energy quickly spread to the edge of the stage. Everyone felt their chests tighten, unable to block it at all. Wong! Wong! The black stage emitted light, forming a translucent light screen at the edge, blocking the storm on the stage. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and looked at the stage again. The 2-meter-long black sickle formed a terrifying wind blade attack in front of Shadowless. At the same time, he drew a black rune with one hand, forming a black rain of light, attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian slowly raised the autumn scar sword above his head, and the aura on his body gradually sharpened. Like a divine sword being unsheathed, a monstrous sword intent poured out, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Behind him, a ferocious dragon head was faintly discernible. Sword chi roared, tearing the air above, and the terrifying sword intent swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone in the valley looked over, their eyes filled with shock. Sword intent. This is sword intent. Everyone was stunned, and the elder of the Shadow Country's face was extremely gloomy. Sword intent is one of the most terrifying attacks. Lin Xian's aura at this moment had reached an indescribable height. Perhaps no one below the harmonious spirit realm could resist him. Sword intent, what a terrifying sword intent. Lu Qing, Ding Jia, and the other disciples who were originally unconvinced all fell into a daze. In the distance, Zai, Yufei, and the other peerless geniuses also showed a serious expression. Dance of Death! Shadowless looked at the figure in front of him, and his body trembled slightly. He gripped the black sickle tightly and the spirit energy in his body crazily circulated. Dozens of black lights appeared on the surface of his body, and together with the black sickle, they formed a sharp blade light. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sickle spun, bringing with it the aura of death, like a dead person dancing in the night. As the most outstanding disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace, Shadowless used all of his strength at this moment. Lin Xian stood still like a rock, and he felt the danger of death. However, this did not shake his confidence. Wind Thunder Cut! The Autumn Scar sword fell down, bringing with it the sword intent of a dragon, like a heavenly blade cutting down. The air on both sides was blown back, and a 50-meter wide vacuum was formed in the center. The terrifying sword light instantly drowned the area in front of it. Shadowless also danced with the black sickle, turning into a giant sickle shadow and slashed up. More than half of the arena was flickering, and no one could see clearly, and no one dared to use their soul power. Sword intent was abnormally sharp, and was said to be able to cut through the void, let alone soul power. At the edge of the arena, the translucent light rippled like a bubble, as if it could burst at any time. Everyone subconsciously backed off 3 meters and looked at the arena nervously. After a long while, the sword light disappeared, and the arena became clear again. Everyone looked over impatiently, and all of a sudden, they sucked in a breath of cold air. A terrifying sword mark appeared on the hard ground, and it was more than 30 meters long. Within the crack, there was a figure on the verge of collapse. Chapter 234. There were several sword wounds on Shadowless' body, and one of them even tore his chest apart. On the other hand, Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand, unharmed. With this comparison, it was obvious who was better. When the referee saw this, he immediately announced Lin Xian's victory. This voice echoed in the valley, lingering for a long time. Lin Xian also became the center of attention, becoming the biggest dark horse in this competition. Who would have thought that such a genius would appear in Xia country? Not only was he the youngest second-grade inscriber, but he was also an expert in the way of the sword. Lin Xian's name rang out in the crowd. It was the cheers of Xia country's disciples. At this moment, everyone's hostility towards Lin Xian disappeared. Lin Xian also became their spiritual pillar. Damn it, who said that Xia country doesn't have any geniuses? I'll fight him. Xia country's disciples all straightened their backs. He won, he really won. On the spectators' stand, Elder Song and Elder Gu were excited. As for the Dark Shadow Palace's elders, their faces were extremely gloomy. Bring Shadowless back and treat him, an elder ordered. On the first arena, the heavily injured Shadowless was taken away. Lin Xian also slowly walked down from the arena. In the distance, Ziye's eyes flashed with purple light, carrying a murderous aura. The ethereal young girl, Yu Fei, also had a look of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. At this point, Lin Xian was undoubtedly the first in the first arena, and no one dared to challenge him. Half a day later, the final results were out. The top 3 of the 3 arenas would participate in the finals. On the first arena, the top 3 were Lin Xian, Shadowless, and Duan Fei. Among them, Lin Xian was the biggest dark horse, and Duan Fei was a second-grade inscriber from Rain Country. His strength was stable, and he was a veteran. On the second arena, Ziyi, Jiang Feng, and Ouyang Changming. Although Ouyang Changming lost to Zi, it didn't mean that he wasn't strong. On the contrary, his purple demon eyes that lasted for 10 breaths was enough to prove his strength. In the end, he won 3rd place in Group 2. This was the result of his injury. He believed that with some adjustments, he would be able to perform even better in the finals. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was a disciple of Shadow Palace in Shadow Country. His strength was second only to Shadowless. On the number 3 tournament stage, the first place was the ethereal girl Yu Fei, and the second and third place were Yan Bing and Bai Jingshan. The 2 of them were from Rain Country and Shadow Country, respectively. After the group matches ended, 2 people from Xia country entered the finals. Although they were still at a disadvantage in the 3 kingdoms, it was much better than before. Everyone returned to the stands to rest and prepare for tomorrow's finals. Your performance was very good, but tomorrow's competition will be even more dangerous. You must not let your guard down. Elder Song said, although several disciples of Shadow Country were injured, their overall strength was still formidable. This could be seen from the number of people in the finals. Of the 9 spots, Shadow Country took up 4, which was a full half. And Rain Country could not be underestimated either. That ethereal young girl's performance was extremely stunning and was not inferior to that of Lin Xian. Lin Xian and Ouyang Changming nodded solemnly. Then, the 2 of them began to meditate and rest. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was recalling the battle with Shadowless during the day. That battle gave him new insights, especially in the aspect of the concept of wind, which gave him a deep understanding. This allowed the power of his Wind Emperor's sword to increase again, and even his movement technique had improved. Although he could not completely merge with the wind like Shadowless, his speed was much faster than before. The night was silent. On the second day, the sun rose and illuminated the entire valley. The black platform emitted a faint glow, and the 3 stages merged to form a huge stage. As for the scars on the black ground yesterday, they had completely disappeared. Everyone was amazed, and Lin Xian was also sizing them up curiously. It should be that the formation has an automatic recovery effect, Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian understood and stopped paying attention. At this moment, the purple-robed elder went on stage again and said loudly, "Now the finals of the Inscription Tower battle begin. The first match, Duan Fei versus Ziyi." Everyone was slightly stunned. They did not expect to see Ziyi fight in the first match. Instantly, the disciples of Shadow Country cheered. On the other hand, the disciples of Rain Country looked worried. "I admit defeat." Duan Fei smiled bitterly. With his strength, he could not resist the purple demon eyes at all. Moreover, the finals were a competition to accumulate points, and the 9 people would fight each other, so preserving his strength was the most important. "You know your place," Ziyi sneered. "Duan Fei is very wise." The elders of Rain Country breathed a sigh of relief. The referee elder smiled and directly announced Ziyi's victory, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Next, the second match, Yufei versus Ouyang Changming. It was another heavyweight match. After entering the finals, it could be said that every match was exciting. Elder Ouyang and Elder Song's eyes flashed. They knew that Ouyang Changming's chances of winning were not high. After all, Yufei was a martial artist with the same strength as Ziyi. Let's see what he chooses. Elder Ouyang's heart was heavy. Without any hesitation, Ouyang Changming chose to fight. Elder Ouyang was gratified, but then he became nervous. Although he was satisfied with Ouyang Changming's decision, the battle situation was not optimistic. The ethereal girl in a blue dress was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, without a trace of worldly aura. On the opposite side, Ouyang Changming's face was a little pale, but his eyes were unusually firm. Traceless spring rain. Yufei's lotus-like arms waved, forming ripples in the air. An inexplicable power gushed out, spreading out like water ripples. Chi-chi, a trace of ripples touched the ground, and suddenly a small hole appeared. There was soul power contained in it. An elder exclaimed in a low voice. Lin Xian felt the killing intent in the ripples and frowned slightly. It was obvious that the ethereal girl's inscription technique had reached a terrifying level, and she could fuse her inscription into her attacks. Soul Rampart. Ouyang Changming shouted in a low voice, and his soul power fused into his spiritual armor, forming a double defense. At the same time, his body moved, and he quickly rushed towards the ethereal girl. Eagle soars the sky. Ouyang Changming slashed out with a saber, and the saber light surged like a waterfall, slashing towards the ethereal girl. So. The ethereal girl's palm moved, and a blue ribbon flew out, carrying a weak feeling, like a cloud floating out. Like a spirit snake, the blue ribbon wrapped around the long saber, stormy waves hitting the shore. The ethereal girl waved out a move, and her aura changed greatly. From the original spring rain, it turned into a raging storm in an instant, with the momentum of rocks piercing through the sky. A vast amount of energy gushed out like a wave, crashing onto Ouyang Changming's body. Pung, pung, pung. There were a total of 3 waves, crazily roaring, rushing forward, and forming a superimposed power. Puff! Ouyang Changming's long saber loosened, and his body flew out. What a terrifying power! He was shocked in his heart. The surrounding disciples were also shocked. The 3 waves were like real waves, dozens of meters high, surging in the air. This scene made the group of disciples feel powerless. Chapter 235. Although the ethereal girl wasn't like Z, who could kill with a glance, she still finished off her opponent in 2 or 3 moves. Just as everyone was still in shock, the referee's voice rang out again. Next match, Lin Xian versus Bai Jingshan. Everyone's hearts were burning again, especially the disciples of Xia Country, who looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. Xia Country had a total of 2 people who entered the finals, and Ouyang Changming's strength was obviously second tier. So, Lin Xian once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Bai Jingshan was a slightly chubby youth, holding a semicircular, curved blade. Haha, let me see how sharp your sword intent is. Bai Jingshan's words had a hint of arrogance. Just as everyone was confused, a blinding light lit up. A light yellow armor appeared on Bai Jingshan's body, covering his vitals. Dark, rank treasure. Everyone's heart jumped. No wonder he's so arrogant. So he has a dark, rank treasure. Humph. Let's see what Lin Xian will do this time. I don't believe he can break a dark, rank treasure. Shadow Country's disciple sneered. Bai Jingshan was pleased. This treasure armor was given to him by the sect's elders last night, and its purpose was to defend against terrifying attacks like sword intent. As long as he could block the sword intent attack, then wouldn't Lin Xian be at his mercy? No matter what, he was a 2nd-grade inscription master and a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so he still had this bit of confidence. Lin Xian is in danger. Nothing must happen to him. Xia Country's disciples were worried. Dark rank treasure armor? Lin Xian was stunned. Haha. Bai Jingshan saw this scene and laughed proudly. Lin Xian, without the threat of sword intent, you're nothing. Idiot. Lin Xian said indifferently. What, you dare to scold me? You're courting death. Bai Jingshan was so angry that he stomped his feet, and the crescent-shaped curved blade glowed with a cold light as it slashed out quickly. To deal with you, I don't need to use a sword. Lin Xian squatted in a horse stance, took a deep breath, and then punched out. It was as if a thunderbolt had suddenly appeared. Lightning flashed all over the sky, forming a 20-meter-long lightning dragon. There were golden scales on its body, and they looked very lifelike. Roar! With a dragon roar, the lightning dragon pounced towards Bai Jingshan. Everywhere it passed, everything was charred black. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, Bai Jingshan was sent flying while screaming. Plop! The slightly chubby young man was lying on the ground. His entire body was charred black, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. You! Bai Jingshan crawled up with great difficulty. The moment he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone shook their heads slightly. This was clearly a sign of internal injuries, especially those disciples of the Shadow Kingdom. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads. They were in an exceptionally sorry state. Humph. Even if Senior Brother Lin doesn't use sword intent, not everyone can contend against him. That's right. Even if you have a tortoise shell, it won't be able to withstand that power. The disciples of the great Xia country were in a good mood and began to mock him. Indeed, after Lin Xian cultivated the copper thunder mark, the power of his fists alone wasn't something a normal martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier could withstand. In addition, he had used enough spirit power just now, and his body was covered with golden lightning. This kind of power was something a normal martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't withstand. The competition continued. The 9 strong martial artists took turns to fight. The injuries on Shadowless' body were mostly healed. He must have taken precious pills and was treated by a harmonious spirit tier martial artist. His opponent was Rain Country's Yen Bing, who was also a young girl. Whoosh! Shadowless used his ultimate skill as soon as he got on the stage and disappeared. Yen Bing could only defend carefully. Her body was covered with tiny water droplets, forming several water curtains. Dance of Death! A huge black sickle suddenly appeared, bringing with it a terrifying aura as it slashed towards Yen Bing. Ka ka ka! The water curtains in front of her shattered, like mirrors. A black light slashed onto Yen Bing's body. The huge power made Yen Bing fly out on the spot and fall to the side. Winner, Shadowless, the referee said expressionlessly. The spectators were in an uproar. He actually dared to attack such a beautiful young girl. He was indeed a madman. The disciples of Rain Country all had cold looks on their faces as they stared at Shadowless. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and he sighed. Shadowless' body movement was powerful. Normal people couldn't catch him at all. If he hadn't comprehended the Wind Emperor's sword and learned the wind blending style, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Shadowless in a short period of time. The finals went on very quickly. Almost all the battles were decided within a few moves. Soon, the first round was over, and the second round continued. Ouyang Changming met Ziyi as soon as he got on the stage. Many people sighed for Ouyang Changming in their hearts. This guy was too unlucky. All his opponents were top-notch martial artists. I admit defeat. Ouyang Changming's voice carried a trace of helplessness. He didn't dare to fight Ziyi. If he suffered another soul attack, he probably wouldn't be able to continue the competition. Next was the battle between Yufei and Shadowless. Everyone was interested. They all wanted to see who else besides Lin Xian could restrain Shadowless' body movement. Little girl, admit defeat obediently. Shadowless sneered and disappeared. Whoosh! A huge scythe suddenly appeared on the left side of the ethereal girl. The black blade quickly slashed out. Whoosh! The blue ribbon spun in the air, forming a suction force that caused the blade to deviate from its direction. Ocean Heart Palm. With a wave of her hand, the waves roared and rushed over. Whoosh! Shadowless quickly disappeared and merged with the wind again. Humph! The ethereal girl snorted coldly and turned her body slightly. The blue ribbon in her hand emitted a faint light. With the ethereal girl as the center, waves rushed out in all directions. It was like 10,000 horses galloping. The speed was extremely fast. The entire arena was filled with waves. Shadowless couldn't hide it all and was forced out. Boundless ocean. The ethereal girl's palm emitted a blue light, forming a light pillar that sent Shadowless flying. Yufei wins, the referee said loudly. Everyone looked at the ethereal girl with respect again. Although it wasn't as sharp as Lin Xian's sword intent, the ethereal girl's strength was undeniable. So far, other than Lin Xian, he was the only one who could defeat Shadowless. Next, Ziyi and Lin Xian went up one after the other and defeated their opponents in one move. Soon, the second round was over. Half a day later, the fifth round was over. During this time, there were victories and defeats. However, only 3 people maintained a complete victory. They were Lin Xian, Ziyi, and Yufei. The 3 of them had no defeats along the way. The 6th round began, and the competition progressed quickly. Lin Xian versus Shadowless. The referee's voice sounded. Everyone was stunned and looked at the two people in the arena. Is Sword Intent going to appear again? The disciples of the great Xia were looking forward to it. In the first 5 rounds, Lin Xian didn't use Sword Intent at all, which disappointed them. But now they could see Sword Intent again. Humph. Shadowless looked at Lin Xian with anger in his eyes. It was all because of this kid in front of him that he was seriously injured. As a result, he couldn't use his full strength in today's finals. Thinking of this, hatred grew in his heart. Sword Intent? Shadowless sneered. After yesterday's lesson, he was like the chubby young man. He was wearing a dark level armor. This kind of defense couldn't be broken by Sword Intent. On the other hand, Lin Xian, who had lost his sword will, had nothing to fear. Whoosh! Shadowless disappeared in a flash. Chapter 236. This time, Shadowless seems to be very confident. Could it be that he has a plan? Everyone was filled with anticipation, especially the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. With the Autumn Scar sword in his hand, Lin Xian slashed out. The sword pattern was like a sound wave spreading out. Within a radius of 50 meters, the sharp sword wave formed a spherical attack. TSK! 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 Just as Shadowless was about to get close, he was forcefully pushed back by the wind-thunder sword wave. Stumbling, Shadowless's face was filled with fear once again. The surrounding disciples were also in an uproar. This time, Lin Xian broke through Shadowless's movement technique even faster than the previous time. What Shadowless movement technique? It's nothing in front of senior brother Lin. The disciples of the Xia mocked mercilessly. Lin Xian chuckled. The Wind Monarch stabbed out with his sword, infused with a soul attack, and made Shadowless spit out blood. Everyone was silent. It seemed like Shadowless was no match for Lin Xian at all. As for Lin Xian's reputation, it increased once again. Right now, Lin Xian, Zi, and Yufei had formed a tripartite balance of power. The 3 of them maintained their victories, and no one could beat them. Obviously, the top 3 would belong to the 3 of them. However, no one could be sure who would be the champion. Of course, if they won all 8 rounds, they would naturally be the champion. Zi Yi was a veteran expert. Adding on his creepy purple demon eyes, his reputation would be much higher than the other 2. In the next round, the atmosphere was pushed to the extreme. Next round, Zi Yi versus Yufei. The judge announced. The battle between the 3 experts was finally about to begin. Everyone was filled with anticipation as they looked at the arena with fiery eyes. Little Beauty, just admit defeat. Zi Yi immediately launched a powerful soul attack. Purple light flashed in his eyes as he stabbed towards Yufei. Although he was arrogant, his attacks were very sharp. Purple demon eyes. Yufei's expression was cold as blue waves appeared around her. Layer after layer, they wrapped around her. Blue ocean mirror. Her spiritual power surged, and the shadow in front of her suddenly became real. A 2-meter-tall blue mirror appeared in front of Yufei. Cold light flashed, and it was as smooth as ice. Ding ding! A low sound of collision rang out, like a silver needle hitting ice. 2 small holes appeared on the surface of the blue mirror, but they did not penetrate it. Yufei stood behind the blue sea mirror with a smile on her face. Everyone was stunned, and their minds went blank. He did not expect that Purple Knight's ocular art, which had always been successful, actually failed. Impossible. Senior Brother Zia's attack is a soul attack. How could a mirror block it? The people from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace screamed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Hua Yan stood in the crowd, her face slightly pale. She knew how terrifying Zi was, but the scene before her gave her a surreal feeling. Not only them, but the elders also cried out in surprise. The elders of Rain Country were all stroking their beards, smiling as they looked at the field. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he stared intently at the cold and dazzling surface of the mirror. His brows furrowed slightly. It wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. That was all he could see at the moment. In the arena, Ziyi Ye's expression was gloomy as he stared coldly ahead. That scene made him feel a sense of astonishment. It's actually blocked? Ziyi Ye's heart was in turmoil. Then, his gaze gradually sharpened. The purple light formed a strange pattern, but it was somewhat hazy. Hallucination. The strange pattern in his eyes spun, bringing with it a strange power. Ziyi looked at Yufei. Bang bang, bang bang. His gaze passed through the blue sea mirror and was imprinted in Yufei's eyes. In an instant, Yufei felt absent-minded, as if her soul had entered another space. She furrowed her brows and attacked with her soul power. She also bit the tip of her tongue. Her body trembled slightly, and Yufei quickly regained her clarity. Mirror image. Yufei stretched out her palm and pressed it on the blue sea mirror in front of her, circulating her spiritual power. Wang Wang. A faint light appeared on the smooth surface of the mirror, and a blurry figure appeared in the mirror. The figure was as blurry as mist, but his eyes were glowing with purple light. That's Senior Brother Ziyi? Although the figure was blurry, the people from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace still recognized it at a glance. It was actually 60 to 70% similar to Ziyi. Humph. Do you think you can resist Senior Brother Ziyi just by creating a human figure? How naive. Admit defeat obediently. The disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace hooted from below. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. His eyes flashed as he carefully observed everything on the stage. He felt that it wouldn't be so simple. As expected, the eyes of the figure in the mirror turned and met the real Ziyi Ye's eyes. Wang, an invisible power surged out. Ziyi Ye's body trembled, and a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. Impossible. How can you use hallucination? He was panicking. He was panicking. His eye technique was actually used by his opponent, and he almost fell for it. These eye techniques were the ultimate skills of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Without the corresponding secret technique, outsiders couldn't use them at all. But now, someone was using them forcibly. With his shout, everyone was shocked. The elders on the spectators' stand also exclaimed. Several old men from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace sat together. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. What kind of martial technique is this? I've never seen it in Rain Country. No wonder the elders of Rain Country are so calm. So they have this kind of technique. Calm down. Ziyi is a genius of our Purple Extreme Devil Palace. It's impossible for him to lose. Moreover, don't you know what's so special about him? The elder in the middle said in a low voice. We've searched for so many years, and only found one who fits the requirements. Only he could unleash the full power of the Purple Extreme Devil Eyes. Yufei's counterattack, indeed, shocked everyone. That blue mirror seemed to be a real mirror. Not only could it reflect a person's figure, it could also copy the technique. Yes, copy. This was Lin Xian's feeling. It's somewhat similar to the Great Dragon Sword Seal, Lin Xian muttered in a low voice. The Great Dragon Sword Seal was an offensive saint technique. It could simulate and evolve everything. He had a trace of the sword seal, and could also simulate the opponent's technique, but the core was still based on his own attributes. And the Ethereal Girl's technique was a complete copy. How much of the original strength does the copied martial technique have? I need to personally experience it. Lin Xian wasn't too sure, but one thing was for sure. The power was definitely not weak. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such an expression. I seem to feel a trace of bloodline power, Lord Alcohol suddenly said. Bloodline. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He had never heard of it before. Although it's very weak, it's the power of bloodline, Lord Alcohol said slowly after sensing it. I didn't expect to see the power of bloodline here, and it's a very special kind. Xiao Xuanzi, if you go up against him, you have to be careful, Lord Alcohol reminded. Chapter 237. Yufei's martial arts technique shocked everyone. Copying someone else's martial arts technique. This kind of thing was appalling. However, just as everyone was discussing animatedly, Z moved. He was like a purple shooting star, rushing towards Yufei at lightning speed. With a wave of his palm, a row of purple palm shadows joined together, surging towards the blue sea mirror with violent energy. Z Ye's target was the blue sea mirror. As long as he could shatter this mirror, then he would be able to use I techniques. His speed was very fast, and he was about to touch the blue sea mirror. And at this time, another change occurred. In the mirror, that blurry figure also waved out a row of palm shadows. The palm wind was fierce, surging towards Z. Hung Long Long. Two similar palm shadows collided, forming a dazzling ball of light, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Whoosh! Z Ye's face was gloomy, but he did not give up. Since he couldn't shatter the mirror, then he would change direction and attack Yufei herself. On the arena, purple afterimages were left behind, like ghosts and demons. Z Yi quickly circled behind Yufei and shot out a purple rainbow that was several meters long. The air vibrated, and the rainbow was like a flickering light, quickly slashing over. Whoa! Yufei's small face was slightly cold, and her body once again emitted a dazzling light. Behind her, another blue sea mirror formed, and at the same time, another smooth mirror appeared beside her. The three blue sea mirrors formed a triangle and surrounded Yufei, forming the most perfect defense. Z Yu was blocked, and his body quickly floated backwards. For a moment, the two were in a deadlock, and no one could do anything to the other. How to fight like this? She's in an invincible position. The surrounding disciples' faces were ugly. If there was no way to break the blue sea mirror, then no one could hurt Yufei. This was the dilemma that all the competitors would face. Could it be that it will end in a draw? The Shadow Country's disciples' faces were ugly. They did not believe that Ziyi would lose. Come out and fight if you have the ability. What kind of ability is hiding behind a mirror? The Purple Extreme Demon Palace's disciples hooted. Idiot, you can't even break the mirror, and you still have the face to call yourself number one. The Rain Country's disciples retorted mercilessly. This battle will end in a draw. The referee analyzed the situation and said indifferently, No, it's not over yet. Z Ye's face darkened. He slowly said, I won't lose to anyone. After rejecting a draw, Ziya's aura gradually became stronger. His purple hair became even more demonic, emitting a faint glow. An indescribable power gushed out from his body, causing his aura to double. As for the surrounding disciples, they felt a wave of pressure that caused the aura within their bodies to churn. It's so uncomfortable. What happened? Some of the weaker disciples turned pale. Lin Xian also felt a wave of pressure. It was as if his body was instinctively trembling. Humph! With a cold snort, the great dragon sword within his body resonated. The dragon pattern on the mysterious little sword emitted a light, and the head of the huge dragon seemed to be real. In an instant, the uncomfortable pressure disappeared. The power of bloodline. I didn't expect another person with the power of bloodline. Lord Alcohol exclaimed, Is this the power of the bloodline? Lin Xian recalled the palpitating pressure from before, and a trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. This Zi Yi was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Aside from him, some of the older generation elders on the spectators' stand also revealed shocked expressions. On Rain Country's side, an old man in white robes spoke with a trembling voice. It's actually the power of bloodline. I wonder how it compares to Yufei's? Damn it! How could someone from Purple Extreme Demon Palace have the power of bloodline? Just as Rain Country was filled with shock and anger, the Shadow Country's elders also had serious expressions. To actually be able to make Ziyi use the power of bloodline, it seems like the opponent is really not simple. Both of them have the power of bloodline. Then let's see whose bloodline is stronger. The Purple Extreme Demon Palace's elder said in a low voice. After activating the power of bloodline, Ziyi seemed to have changed into a different person, emitting a powerful aura. In his eyes, there was a sense of confidence, as if no one could stop him. Feeling Ziyi's pressure, Yufei, who was opposite him, no longer hid. Water-like patterns appeared on her body, and a water droplet-shaped rune appeared between her brows. So this is the power of bloodline? It's really powerful. Lin Xian felt the two's auras and took a deep breath. In the arena, Ziyi launched a powerful attack. This time, the Blue Sea Mirror could not be replicated. Spiritual power surged. Palm shadows filled the air, and the two fought together. Ziyi should be using a bloodline technique. This kind of martial technique can only be used by the corresponding bloodline and cannot be replicated, Lord Alcohol explained. Lin Xian nodded. No wonder the Blue Sea Mirror failed. It seemed that the power of bloodline was really mysterious. In the future, you will find that martial artists with the power of bloodline are the real powerful existences in this world. Lord Alcohol said slowly, but you don't have to be discouraged. If you can find the great dragon sword, then there is no bloodline in this world that can resist you. Great dragon, sword, bloodline, Lin Xian murmured. This world is really exciting. He was not afraid. On the contrary, a fighting spirit surged out from his body. The great dragon sword intent seemed to sense this fighting spirit and let out a dragon roar. In the arena, the two were locked in battle. Ziyi used his purple demon eyes, hoping to heavily injure Yufei. However, the water droplet rune at Yufei's glabella protected her soul very well, not giving Ziyi any chance. Everyone shook their heads. It seemed that the victor would not be decided in a short period of time. "All right, this match is a draw," the referee said in a deep voice. Bam! The two exchanged a palm strike and separated once again. This time, Ziyi did not say anything. He had used all his trump cards after using the power of bloodline, but he still failed to finish off his opponent. Furthermore, this was not the last round, so there was no need for him to risk his life. Humph! With a cold snort, Ziyi walked down the arena with a sullen face. The rest of the match was somewhat boring. Everyone was still immersed in the battle between Ziyi and Yufei. They yearned for the power of bloodline. However, this kind of power was not something that anyone could possess. The power of bloodline was more like an inheritance. It was said that only a peerless expert from the ancestors could mutate the bloodline and pass down such power. For a moment, Ziyi and Yufei's fame surpassed everyone, reaching the peak. After the 6th round ended, Lin Xian maintained a complete victory, while Ziyi and Yufei had a draw. Among the 9 participating disciples, Lin Xian was in the lead. However, everyone was not optimistic about Lin Xian. With 2 great bloodline inheritors around, the others had no chance of winning at all. The Purple Demon Palace's disciples looked at Lin Xian with cold smiles on their faces. What's the use of a complete victory now? When he meets senior apprentice brother Ziyi later, he'll definitely be defeated. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Z is a bloodline inheritor. Dealing with that brat surnamed Lin is as easy as stretching his hand. Chapter 238. The disciples of Xia Country were worried. After witnessing the power of the bloodline, they felt powerless. I wonder if Lin Xian has the bloodline power. They all looked at Lin Xian with hope. Are you kidding? What do you think bloodline power is? Cabbage? There might not even be one in the entire Xia Country. The disciples of Shadow Country said mercilessly. Indeed, the bloodline power was pitifully rare. Only a small number of people had it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had yet to display any bloodline power. Lin Xian's complete victory made Zi Yi very unhappy. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just lucky to not meet him. Otherwise, he would not have won. Under everyone's anticipation, the 7th round began. The first round, Lin Xian against Zi Yi. As soon as the referee's voice sounded, the entire valley boiled. The disciples of Shadow Country all laughed with arrogant looks. "You're all waiting to die if you meet Senior Brother Zi. Senior Brother Zi Yi can kill Lin in a second with a glance." The disciples of Xia Country looked at Lin Xian worriedly. But after seeing Lin Xian's calm face, their hearts calmed down a lot. In the stands, Elder Song and Elder Gu became nervous again. Lin Xian was their last hope. But Zi Ye's strength was beyond their expectations. At least, they did not think that Lin Xian could defeat Zi, who had the bloodline power. "You don't have to win. You just have to stay in the top 3, Elder Song said slowly. But he did not know that Lin Xian's goal was to be first, because only first place would get the soul-amassing pill. In the arena, Zi Yi looked at the handsome youth opposite him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Your good luck has come to an end. My competition has always been based on strength. I believe you will know soon." Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Hearing this, Zi Ye's face darkened. "You're still stubborn when you're at death's door. I'll let you see my power." Purple demon eyes. Purple light flickered in Zi Ye's eyes. Within that purple light, there was a trace of soul power that contained a terrifying amount of energy. Sword spirit space. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless and hurriedly used his ultimate move. Runes appeared in his right eye, forming a unique spiritual space that enveloped Violet Night. Buzz! Boom! The two invisible forces collided in the air, almost tearing the void apart. A translucent mushroom cloud rose into the air, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out in all directions. In the eyes of the crowd, the two of them had only looked at each other, and it had already created such a terrifying aura. Impossible! How can he resist Senior Brother Zi Ye's purple blood demon eyes? That's a secret technique of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Even Zi Yi had a look of surprise. His move was extremely powerful, and among these disciples, only Yufei could resist it. However, the young man in front of him was able to resist it. The purple demon eyes is only SOSO. "Show me what other moves you have." Lin Xian coldly shouted, runes flashing in his eyes. He had fought with Ru Shui and Hua Yan before, so he was very familiar with the purple demon eyes. It was not difficult for Lin Xian to deal with it. Purple demon light. Zi Ye's attack failed, so he attacked again. 2 rays of light materialized and flew toward Lin Xian like sword rays. Each ray was more than a meter long and as thick as an arm. They were covered in purple gas. Lightning flash! Lin Xian pulled his hands together, and several rays of lightning appeared in his palms, with golden arcs dancing on them. Like sharp lightning blades, the golden rings of lightning rushed toward the blood-colored light beam. Chi! The two merged, and the golden rings of lightning dissipated most of the blood-colored light beam's power before disappearing. Lin Xian quickly dodged the remaining small portion of the attacks. "It's time to taste my attack." Lin Xian took a step forward, and his body disappeared from the spot. The air fluctuated slightly, and a figure appeared faintly, moving at an extremely fast speed. Is this the concept of wind? Shadowless's pupils shrank. Although Lin Xian could not completely merge with the wind like him, this dance was exactly the same as his Shadowless step. How did he do it? Shadowless was shocked, but he could not understand. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Zi in the blink of an eye. Copper lightning runes appeared on his body, and he punched out. It was a simple punch without any fancy moves, and it went straight for Zi's heart. The air trembled and cracks appeared on the ground, as if it could not withstand the power. Lin Xian was like the god of thunder, and the power of lightning that made people's hearts tremble instantly exploded. Zi Ye's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly blocked, forming several purple spirit energy walls in front of him. Boom! Boom! It was as if thunder had descended from the ninth heaven, shaking the ninth heaven. The entire arena trembled slightly, and the air exploded from the impact. Zi Ye's spirit energy walls were instantly shattered. However, this was enough. In the blink of an eye, he had already shot out the purple demon light. This time, he even used a trace of the power of his bloodline, and the power increased several times. 2 light pillars rushed towards Lin Xian and collided with the lightning fist. Break for me! Lin Xian threw out several punches in succession, forming a lightning shadow in the air. Every punch carried the power of the lightning from the 9 heavens, and it blasted forward. It was like a sword colliding with a sword, and it made a metallic sound. The 2 of them each took a few steps back, and the ground trembled. Bloodline power! Zi Yi was furious when he found that Lin Xian could contend with him. The blood in his body boiled, and it emitted an astonishing power. A breath that made people's hearts palpitate surged from his body. It's here, the power of bloodline. The surrounding disciples of the Shadow Country shouted loudly, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. The disciples of the Great Xia Country had their hearts in the air. Great Dragon soared intent. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He knew how powerful the power of bloodline was. Only by using all his strength would he have a chance of winning. With the Autumn Scar sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura reached a new height. Like a divine sword being unsheathed, it was unstoppable. Behind him, a dragon-shaped long sword was faintly discernible. Sword drawing technique. The long sword was unsheathed, and it carried the power of wind and thunder. It formed a sword qi that was dozens of meters long in the air, and it slashed toward Zi. At the same time, Zi Ye's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was like 2 light pillars that swept out in all directions. Clang! Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out, as if thousands of swords were clashing together. The clouds in the sky were pierced. The air in the surroundings was boiling, rolling like the waves of the sea. Some of the disciples who were close to the arena all felt their blood boil, and they fell to the ground. Back off! These people backed off in fear, and they left the arena. Lin Xian pulled out his sword, and he waved it continuously. Every sword had the power to split mountains, and it formed a sword screen in the air. Fall! Thousands of sword lights flashed, and they pressed toward Zi. Before the sword qi arrived, countless sword marks had already appeared on the ground. Purple comes from the east. Zi Yi pushed his bloodline power to the extreme, and his body shone with a sun-like light. Every ray of purple light was like a divine spear, piercing into the air and clashing with the sword qi in the air. Chapter 239. Ka! 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 The blood-colored pillar of light carried an endless pressure as it swept out in all directions, pushing back the sword qi in the sky. Ha ha! Senior Brother Purple Knight is mighty! The power of bloodline is invincible. The disciples of Purple Extreme Demon Palace shouted loudly, their voices shaking the heavens. Even the older generation's eyelids twitched as they exclaimed inwardly, "I'm afraid only Yufei can contend against him," an elder of Rain Country said in a low voice. Lin Xian was hit by the blood-colored pillar of light, and his body kept retreating. At the same time, the lightning pattern shone brightly, and only then did he disperse the power. What terrifying power! Lin Xian's heart sank. Only after exchanging blows did he truly feel the terror of bloodline power. And according to Lord Alcohol, this was only the thinnest bloodline power. His bloodline power can't be used for a long time, so I'll wear him out first. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, using the fusion wind style to attack Purple Knight. Suddenly, countless rays of sword chi surged out from all directions, forming a cross that strangled him. Purple Knight's whole body was enveloped in blood chi, and his aura was exuberant. Every move contained terrifying power. With a wave of his palm, it formed a purple light palm that was several meters tall and blasted out in all directions. At the same time, his body flew out like a shooting star, taking the initiative to approach Lin Xian. Purple Knight didn't want to continue like this. He wanted to conserve his battle power so that he could fight Yu Fei again. Like a purple phantom, Purple Knight attacked like lightning. The light in his eyes intertwined into a purple-red net that enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, he attacked with both hands, sending out two huge palm shadows that continuously bombarded Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian's three directions were all attacked, and the space was about to explode from the pressure. Lin Xian's face darkened, and he could only retreat. But he couldn't retreat. Through his soul power, he could already feel that Purple Knight's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and this aura directly affected both sides' battle power. He couldn't let Purple Knight continue to be so tyrannical. Moreover, as a swordsman, he would rather break than bend, and it was even more impossible for him to retreat. Sword light flashed in his eyes, and Lin Xian raised his sword horizontally, lightly stabbing out. The wind was light and the clouds were light, as if it was a casual sword strike. However, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had been stabbed. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian ignored the palms of light on both sides. His eyes only focused on Violet Knight. This sword contained 50% of the Wind Emperor's power. It was one of Lin Xian's strongest attacks. Chi. The sword light flashed past like a fleeting shadow. It was extremely fast. The light palms on both sides were severed at the waist, turning into fragments and dissipating. The purple-red light pillar in front was also blocked. It was a light sword, but it was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. The surrounding wind seemed to have merged into the sword, and a vacuum appeared in front of it. Cracks appeared on the purplish-red pillar of light, and Violet Knight's aura was blocked. "You can't stop it." Ziyi roared as he exerted more strength in his body. His bloodline aura grew even stronger as a blood-red light enveloped the entire area. In the distance, the ethereal girl Yu Fei's expression also changed when she felt this bloodline power. What a powerful bloodline! She sighed slightly. Even she had to use all her strength to deal with such an attack. How could Lin Xian, who didn't have any bloodline power, block it? Facing such a sharp attack, Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of determination. He gripped the Autumn Scar sword tightly and pushed his sword intent to the extreme. A terrifying dragon head appeared behind him, and a dragon's roar resounded. Outer Sky Flying Star. Lin Xian didn't hesitate to use his spiritual energy and used an ultimate move that he hadn't used in a long time. He had been practicing this move every day. Its power was above the Wind Emperor's sword, but it consumed too much energy. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't use it. However, he couldn't care less right now. As the sword light flashed, Lin Xian was like a shooting star as he quickly streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of light behind him. Chi! Peng! Ka! The blood-red light pillar was knocked away, and a crack appeared on one of them. Violet Knight, on the other hand, was in even more danger. This sword was clearly aimed at him. With his life in danger, he couldn't care less about hiding anymore. The blood in his body surged, forming a blood-red armor to protect his vitals. Peng! The long sword pierced 3 centimeters into the armor, and the powerful impact sent Violet Knight flying. Pooh! Violet Knight flew 30 meters in the air before he was sent flying by a powerful force. He landed on the ground in a sorry state, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Hua! Everyone was stunned. Even someone as strong as Violet Knight was sent flying after using his bloodline power. Impossible. How is this possible? How can the Lin guy know this kind of martial skill? The group was stunned. In the distance, Yu Fei also frowned. This scene was beyond her expectations. You dare to hurt me? Violet Knight crawled up from the ground and roared crazily. Who was he? He was the eldest disciple of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace and the owner of a bloodline power. Before this, he had never taken anyone seriously. However, not long ago, a young girl displayed a bloodline power that was as strong as his, and he fought her to a draw. But now, a person without bloodline power had actually knocked him to the ground. This was something he couldn't accept. I'm going to tear you to pieces, and I'm going to make you suffer the pain of your soul burning. Violet Knight's face was twisted, and his voice was filled with endless killing intent. His bloodline power surged madly into his eyes, turning his purple pupils blood red. Soul fire! A deep voice rang out, as if it came from the netherworld. Everyone's heart trembled, and they felt as if their souls were being burned. Could it be that kind of secret technique? The disciples of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace were shocked. Hua Yan's beautiful face was also filled with shock. She had heard of this secret technique before, but it was said that no one in the younger generation could use it. I didn't expect him to be able to use this kind of secret technique. The elders in the stands were also shocked. The ones with the ugliest expressions were Elder Song and Elder Gu. The two of them knew how terrifying the soul fire was. It was simply the bane of souls. Lin Xian admit defeat. The two of them prayed in their hearts. They didn't want anything to happen to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't show the fear that they had imagined. He even smiled faintly. Soul fire, huh? Back then, Lord Alcohol had dissected several inscriptions from the stone eyeball, and one of them was the soul fire. However, Lin Xian had used it in the form of the soul sword. He had thought that the soul sword would be more powerful when combined with the great dragon's sword intent. However, the fusion hadn't succeeded yet, but Lin Xian had mastered the soul sword. His left eye flashed, and his soul power formed an invisible sword that circled around him. Whoosh! A ball of soul fire suddenly appeared, trying to burn his soul, but it was instantly extinguished by the soul sword. Violet Knight's pupils shrank. He could feel his soul fire being extinguished, and it made him very uneasy. The soul fire could burn any expert below the harmonious spirit realm. Its power was unimaginable. However, Lin Xian was unharmed, and he even extinguished the soul fire. This is impossible. Violet Knight couldn't control the fear in his heart and screamed. Chapter 240. The audience was in an uproar when they found out the truth. To be able to resist even the soul fire, this was already beyond their imagination. Could it be that Lin Xian is the strongest? Such a thought suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. Zi Yi had to use his bloodline power to fight to a draw with Lin Xian. Even his soul fire couldn't hurt him. I don't believe you can block it a second time. Zi Ye's face darkened as he activated his soul fire again. The runes in Lin Xian's eyes moved as he also used his strongest soul attack. Soul Sword. The formless sword energy collided with the flames and fused with each other. In the end, they both turned into dust. Seeing this, everyone was completely convinced of Lin Xian's strength. It was definitely not luck that he could extinguish the soul fire twice in a row. In the distance, the ethereal girl Yu Fei looked at the arena with a serious expression. Lin Xian's strength was enough to threaten her. This made her feel uneasy. In the arena, Zi Ye's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. How can I lose? I can't lose. In the next moment, the confusion in his eyes was replaced by viciousness. His eyes once again bloomed with a blood-red light. Secret technique, Blood Eye World. Zi Yi used all his strength to roar. Lin Xian's mind shook as if it was being sucked away by a strange power. The scene changed, and the surroundings became a sea of blood and mountains of bones. This is my bloodline world. I am the absolute ruler here. Zi Ye's voice was filled with hatred. I will torture you to death bit by bit. Blood Eye Ghost General, come out. Lin Xian was nailed to the ground, unable to move. Sinister, humanoid creatures appeared around him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced over. The formless sword energy swept past, and the humanoid creatures were all cut in half. Lin Xian kept trying to fuse the soul sword with the great dragon sword intent, and finally succeeded on the 13th try. Dragon soul sword. Lin Xian shouted. A dragon's roar rang out. The formless sword energy turned into an azure dragon that soared into the sky, crashing into the entire space. As if a heavenly blade had slashed across, the blood eye world cracked and then shattered. Ah! A pained cry sounded out as Violet Knight's body trembled. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his left eye, looking extremely terrifying. My eyes! You destroyed my blood eye world. Zi Yi covered his eyes and gasped for breath. He was afraid. That was his strongest attack. Yet it still couldn't beat Lin Xian. Not only that, but his eyes were also severely injured. All right, that's enough. Violet Knight admits defeat. A dignified voice rang out with a hint of anger. Everyone looked over and saw an elder from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, speaking with a gloomy expression. Lin Xian wins. The referee took a deep breath and announced slowly. The audience was in an uproar, and many disciples of the Shadow Country were dumbfounded. Zi Yi, whom they worshipped, had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a disciple of China. It was hard for them to accept such a situation. As for the Xia Country's disciples, they were so excited that they danced with joy. To be able to defeat Shadow Country's most powerful genius, they couldn't be happier. As for the Rain Country's disciples, they had complicated expressions. Although Zi Ye's defeat made them happy, Lin Xian had become their greatest enemy. In the stands, Elder Song and Elder Gu clapped and laughed. They hadn't been so happy in a long time. Brilliant, too brilliant. China is really lucky to have Lin Xian. In the distance, the elders of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace had gloomy expressions, and a hint of killing intent appeared in their eyes. This kind of genius can't be allowed to live. Of course, this kind of thing had to be done secretly, and they couldn't let the Inscription Alliance get hold of it. On the stage, Zi Yi was taken away, but his face was full of unwillingness. Thinking back to the beginning of the competition, he looked down on the world and didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now he was defeated with serious injuries. This kind of contrast made him very sullen, and he couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian immediately. I will definitely avenge my left eye. Zi Ye's heart was full of killing intent. I will be the final winner. After 7 rounds of competition, Lin Xian maintained his victory and was ranked first. Everyone looked at him in awe, with mixed feelings in their hearts. The last round was about to begin, and if Lin Xian didn't lose, then he would be this time's champion. The disciples of Rain Country were extremely nervous, because only Yu Fei hadn't fought with Lin Xian yet. The 8th round of competition began. The participating disciples went up one after another. This time, they didn't hold back and gave it their all. Ouyang, Changming, Wu Ying, and the others went up one after another, and each battle was more exciting than the last. And Lin Xian didn't move at all. He was comprehending the mystery of the fusion of the soul sword and the great dragon sword intent. That kind of attack was beyond his expectations. In the next round, Lin Xian versus Yu Fei. Everyone was shocked, and then their eyes were filled with passion. It's here, it's finally here. This was the final battle, and this battle would determine who would be the first. Lin Xian, dressed in a green robe, had a calm expression. Yu Fei, as ethereal as a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. The two of them stood facing each other, forming two powerful auras. Behind Yu Fei, it was as if there was a boundless ocean, drowning everything. And behind Lin Xian, there was a sword that reached the heavens, holding up the earth and the sky. The two forces clashed, and it was as if two giant stars had collided, creating sparks in the air. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were silent. They felt as if two huge mountains were pressing down on their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. Without a doubt, Lin Xian and Yu Fei were already above everyone else. These two were both favored by the heavens. On the spectators' stand, many elders sighed in admiration. Indeed, Lin Xian and Yu Fei, one had comprehended sword intent and had an unusually strong soul power, while the other had a rare bloodline power and had extremely strong battle prowess. Moreover, besides them, there was also Ziyi. Although he was defeated, no one doubted his strength. In the competition of the past 100 years, this was the most intense. In the past, anyone of Lin Xian, Yu Fei, and Yu Fei could become the champion, but this time there were actually 3 champions at the same time. You're very strong, but I won't lose. On the stage, the ethereal girl Yu Fei's voice was filled with confidence. Then let's fight. Lin Xian did not waste any words, and he gripped his long sword tightly. The two secretly circulated their spiritual power, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Rumble, behind Yu Fei, a blue phantom of the ocean appeared. The waves were dozens of meters high, and they were constantly crashing, almost filling the entire sky. And Lin Xian, with his long sword in hand, exuded the aura of Sword Dao. It was as if a peerless divine sword was floating above everyone's heads. Wind, thunder, slash. Lin Xian pulled out his sword, and the sword flashed, forming the power of wind and thunder, and cut through the sky. With one slash, the wind howled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. All kinds of terrifying scenes filled the world. Yu Fei frowned, and immediately used her bloodline power. 3 feet in front of her, a 2-meter tall blue sea mirror appeared, and a figure appeared in the smooth mirror. A sharp sword ray quickly rushed out of the mirror, and the power was exactly the same as Lin Xian's sword technique. Chapter 241. The 2 flashes of sword light collided in midair, quickly tearing apart and blending together. The sword light was like rain, scattering in all directions. Lin Xian had seen this kind of technique when he was below the stage, but experiencing it personally was a different feeling. I don't believe you can duplicate my sword intent. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the 3-feet-long blade once again drew an arc of sword qi. Like a crimson waterfall, it was at least a few dozen meters long, as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down, slashing towards the blue sea mirror. This strike contained the sword intent of the great dragon, and its attack power was increased by several times. Yu Fei's expression changed slightly. She stepped lightly and merged with the blue sea mirror in front of her. Suddenly, a fierce aura rose from her body, just like sword intent. With a wave of her arm, a flash of sword light shot into the sky. Dang! 2 flashes of brilliant sword qi surged in the air, and the terrifying sword light illuminated all directions. Lin Xian used the wind thunder steps and retreated rapidly. On the opposite side, the ethereal girl Yu Fei also quickly retreated. Good. Senior sister Yu Fei, good job. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Rain Country all cheered. Previously, they were still worried that Lin Xian's sword intent was too strong, but now it looked like Yu Fei was completely capable of handling it. Facing off against one's own technique, this was probably the saddest thing in the world. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he carefully felt that sword strike just now. No, it's not quite the same. He found a flaw. Although it was very similar, it was indeed not the same. Those who had not comprehended sword intent would not be able to display the true meaning of the sword. Change to another move. This move is useless against me. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Yu Fei frowned. She could feel that Lin Xian was not the kind of person who would speak arrogantly. However, the disciples below the stage obviously did not believe him. On the mysterious small sword in his body, the dragon-shaped pattern glowed, revealing a vast intent. Lin Xian's eyes were firm, revealing the aura of a powerful cultivator. With a sword in hand, I am invincible. At this moment, Lin Xian showed the elegance of a swordsman. He moved like the wind, and the long sword in his hand slashed out rapidly. Every slash was capable of splitting a mountain. On the other side, Yu Fei did the same as Lin Xian. She also slashed out dozens of sword qi, shaking the void. It's useless. You don't understand sword intent at all. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, exploding in the void. Melting wind style, hurricane form, wind-splitting style, gale form. For major sword moves were launched at the same time. An entire arena was engulfed in terrifying energy fluctuations. Sword qi that could topple mountains and seas, each stronger than the last, formed a terrifying phenomenon in the sky. Yu Fei also struck out with her sword to counter Lin Xian. However, she soon realized that the moves she simulated were losing ground. What kind of power is this? Why can't I replicate it? A trace of panic appeared in her heart. However, as a genius, Yu Fei was very decisive. He immediately gave up on the blue sea mirror and used his most powerful move. With the power of her bloodline, her martial skill was several times stronger than before. Sure enough, it was still his own martial skills that were more handy. Yu Fei calmed down. Boundless ocean. Above the sky, 7 layers of waves rolled up. The power overlapped and collided with Lin Xian's sword qi. Finally gave up? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. His eyes emitted a terrifying gaze that was like a sword beam, piercing through the void. Layers of waves came one after another. Yu Fei's body floated up, bringing the 7 waves with her as she charged towards Lin Xian quickly. Wind Emperor's sword. The 4 major sword skills merged to form a single sword. This sword was like a gentle breeze, extremely illusory. It was also like a violent gale, containing terrifying killing intent. The 7 layers of waves were quickly split apart, and the sword qi was also quickly depleted. Finally, the 2 canceled each other out in the air. At this moment, the power of Yu Fei's bloodline flourished, forming a terrifying attack. 7 layers of waves palm. With a wave of her palm, the 7 layers of waves behind her merged, forming a huge wave that was close to 100 meters long. A monstrous wave of energy gushed out, rolling in the void, and rushed towards Lin Xian quickly. Boom! The power of bloodline exploded, exploding on Lin Xian's body. Pooh! Lin Xian activated the armor on his body at the first instant, defending himself. But that turbulent energy still made him retreat continuously. After flying for more than 50 meters, Lin Xian landed on the stage. Instantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Injured? Lin Xian was actually injured. Haha, Senior Sister Yu Fei is mighty. The power of bloodline is invincible. The disciples of Rain Country danced with joy. Yu Fei's eyes were also shining, and a powerful bloodline power spread out from her body. Lin Xian slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The power of bloodline is indeed powerful. He laughed loudly and walked forward. Boom! With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. With only a few steps, Lin Xian crossed more than 30 meters, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. In the end, his whole person was like a heavenly sword, incomparably sharp. Blazing sword qi spurted out from his body, connecting into one in the sky. Sword intent surged, seeming to have surpassed the past. An even more powerful aura surged out from his body, and wherever it passed, the stones on the ground flew. Lin Xian's sword intent at this moment had broken through 20% and was quickly moving towards the small success of sword intent. Although it had not reached the small success of sword intent, compared to before, it was much more powerful. Under this fierce aura, Yu Fei's expression finally changed. Her body, including her soul, had a trace of fear. Power of bloodline, suppress. Yu Fei tried her best to suppress this fear, and then used all her strength to resist. Blue sea connecting sky. Spiritual power surged, and the sea and sky merged into one, becoming indistinguishable. And at this moment, Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. The sword Qi was like a dragon, roaring fiercely and suddenly fell, destroying everything in front of it. Qi. The sea and sky attacks were forcibly torn apart, and a huge crack almost 100 meters wide appeared in the void. The sword Qi, with an invincible aura, slashed toward Yu Fei. The armor on her body was shattered, and a trace of fear appeared in Yu Fei's eyes. She finally stopped resisting and quickly retreated. However, the attack that was close to the small success of sword intent was beyond her imagination, and that sword still managed to break through her defense. Boom! The earth trembled, and a terrifying crack appeared on the black ground, spreading all the way to the distance. Whoosh! Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The sword just now had consumed most of his essence, qi, and spirit, and the spiritual power in his body was almost depleted. However, the results obtained were also extremely good. Not only did he have a breakthrough in sword intent, but he also seriously injured his opponent. On the ground in the distance, Yu Fei fell to the ground with blood on her body. She struggled for a while and finally fainted. Whoosh! A figure flashed and took her away. The winner, Lin Xian. The referee took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Lin Xian's performance was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the winner would be Yu Fei, who had the power of bloodline, but he did not expect it to be Lin Xian. Lin Xian bowed to the referee and then walked down. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the referee said in a low voice. Below the stage, everyone was immersed in that terrifying sword, and they had yet to recover. Chapter 242. After a long while, cries of surprise erupted from the crowd. What a terrifying strike! My mind was almost destroyed. Damn it! How could there be such a terrifying strike? Is he really only a spiritual ocean tier martial artist? Senior sister, you lost. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Wake me up. The disciples of Rain Country cried loudly. They could not believe that the goddess in their hearts would lose. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Even if they were heartbroken, they could only accept it. The disciples of Xia Country were in a daze. They could not believe this fact. All this time they had always been in last place, at the bottom of the rankings. Even in the previous competitions, no one was able to make it into the top 3. But this time, not only did they make it into the top 3, they even won first place in one go. This was almost a heaven-defying feat. Everyone's face was full of joy, and they welcomed Lin Xian down. A group of people surrounded him, all cheering and cheering. On the spectators' stand, Elder Song and Elder Gu's body trembled slightly, and there was a slight tremor in their voices. We won, we really won. Our Xia Country won first place. The joy of victory hit them hard. It could not be helped. For so many years, Xia Country had been bullied and looked down upon. But now they had won first place. In the future, no one would be able to laugh at them, and Xia Country's disciples could also hold their heads high. Thinking of this, many Xia Country's disciples looked at Lin Xian, their eyes full of gratitude. However, the competition was not over, and there were still disciples who wanted to compete on the stage. In the end, Ziyi and Yu Fei fought again, fighting for second place. The two of them fought, and Ziyi won by half a move. When the judge announced that Lin Xian was this year's champion, the whole valley echoed with the laughter of Xia Country's disciples. The disciples of Rain Country could only accept this fact helplessly. Yufei's face had already returned to normal. Lin Xian was indeed stronger than her. She had nothing to say about this. However, the people of Purple Extreme Demon Palace looked gloomy. Ziye's face was full of unwillingness, and there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Finally, the judge sent by the Inscription Union began to give out the rewards. The top 3 would have the qualifications to enter the Inscription Tower, and the first place would be rewarded with an additional spirit-gathering pill. After receiving the pill, Lin Xian consumed it on the spot and began to refine it under the protection of Elder Song and the others. This action immediately severed the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's last shred of hope. You looked at Lin Xian's figure, his eyes almost spitting fire. His left eye was hazy, which was the result of his heavy injuries. The others were also envious, but they could only watch from afar. One day later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. A powerful soul force spread out, causing the nearby disciples to tremble. What a tyrannical soul force! Could it be that Lin Xian broke through again? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with uncertain expressions. Elder Song and Elder Gu were also looking forward to it. This was the peak of second-grade inscription. Yes, this was indeed the peak of second-grade inscription. The 2 elders smiled with relief. A 17-year-old with the strength of a peak second-grade inscription master. Such a thing had never happened before. The others sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at Lin Xian with envy. Generally speaking, from the early stage to the peak of second-grade inscription master, it would take at least a few decades. However, Lin Xian had actually used a single pill to deal with it. How could everyone not be jealous? The Inscription Tower will open tomorrow. Before that, you should have a good rest. Elder Song said, in the past 2 days of competition, Lin Xian's body and mind had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, his soul force had suddenly skyrocketed, so he needed to consolidate it. Nodding, Lin Xian closed his eyes again. The night passed in a hurry. When Lin Xian opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. After a day of consolidation, his soul force had completely stabilized. Apart from the elders of the older generation, his soul power was the strongest among all of the elders present. If he were to compete with Ziyi now, he was confident that he could end the battle with his soul force within 3 moves. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian had a trace of expectation in his heart. A single spirit amassing pill had already caused a huge change in his strength. He wondered how much the Inscription Tower could increase his strength. Following Elder Song to the northwest corner of the valley, Lin Xian found that the other harmonious spirit elders were all here. There were a total of 8 people, standing in 8 different directions, forming a formation. Each of them struck a mysterious rune in the air, and everyone was constantly moving. A rumbling sound came from the sky, and the ground trembled. A hazy shadow appeared in front of them, like the moon in the mirror, very ethereal. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the shadow gradually became real. At the same time, there was a feeling of palpitations. 100 meters tall stone tower appeared in front of them, emitting an ancient aura. "You 3, come here quickly." One of the elders shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the other 2 quickly walked over. "We are going to open the Inscription Tower now. Go in and comprehend it well. Remember, you only have 1 day. After 1 day, you must return to the first floor. Otherwise, you will never be able to come out." Lin Xian was slightly shocked, but he remembered all the important points. Rumble! The stone door of the first floor slowly opened. It was a little dark inside, and Soul Force couldn't explore it. Lin Xian and the other 2 didn't hesitate and quickly rushed in. Behind them, many disciples' eyes were filled with envy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three of them turned into rays of light and entered the inscription tower. Boom! The stone door of the first floor slowly closed. I wonder what kind of fortune Lin Xian will get in there. Elder Song had a trace of expectation in his heart. The light dimmed, and the stone door completely closed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His soul force was limited in here. With his strength as a peak second-grade Spirit Rune Master, he could only display 30% of his strength. However, not only him, Ziyi and Yufei were the same. This could be seen from the expressions on their faces. With a cold snort, Ziyi quickly left the first floor. Lin Xian ignored him. The Purple Demon Palace had entered the inscription tower more than once, so they must have a lot of guides. Lin Gongzi, see you in one day. Yufei muttered behind him and left. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked around. Although the light was a little dim, Lin Xian could still see the situation around him. There were many patterns engraved on the walls. There were all kinds of patterns as if they were real. Xiao Xuanzi, comprehend the first floor well. Lord Alcohol chuckled and transmitted a voice transmission. Lin Xian's heart stirred when he heard that. Lord Alcohol, is there something special about the first floor? A skyscraper rises from the ground. The foundation is very important. Lin Xian touched his chin and carefully sensed. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xian closed his eyes and pondered. Gradually, he seemed to sense that there were many figures around him. They were all young disciples who were practicing basic inscriptions. This is... Lin Xian was moved. Chapter 243. Lin Xian was moved when he saw the scene. This should be a reenactment of the past. Carefully sense their inscriptions and compare them with your own, said Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian carefully sensed it and compared it with his own knowledge. He benefited greatly. He felt that his soul power had become purer and thicker. It didn't feel like it had just been raised. What a wonderful feeling. Lin Xian was delighted. He waited until the effect became very small before he stood up. Ignoring everything else, just the tempering of his soul power made Lin Xian's trip worthwhile. Looking at the four walls again, Lin Xian carefully sensed the inscriptions. The inscriptions were very simple and not complicated, but Lin Xian felt an inexplicable aura. It was as if every stroke contained the truth of the inscriptions. Lin Xian immediately made a decision. He didn't plan on going to the upper levels. Instead, he was determined to carefully study the inscriptions on the first level. Firstly, the inscriptions seemed simple, but they contained profound mysteries. Secondly, his soul power had increased rapidly. In a short period of time, he had completed a journey that took others hundreds of years to complete. He needed to completely consolidate his soul power. Not bad. Lord Alcohol nodded in satisfaction. You are willing to give up on the upper levels and focus on the first level. I'm afraid there is no other person with such courage. Indeed, any genius who entered the inscription tower couldn't wait to rush to the upper levels. No one had ever stayed on the first level for such a long time. There was no need to talk about comprehending anything. If you can comprehend the first level, it will be greatly beneficial to you. It will be far better than the other things on the upper levels. With Lord Alcohol's support, Lin Xian felt more at ease. He focused on comprehending the inscriptions. The Great Tao was simple. This sentence was applicable to any kind of cultivation. Lin Xian understood a lot from the inscriptions. Some of the areas that were usually vague were smoothed out. Of course, the more he pondered, the more he realized that the inscriptions were unfathomable. Finally, he imprinted all the inscriptions in his mind. A day passed quickly, and he was about to leave. Ziyi and Yufei came down from the upper levels. The two of them were pleasantly surprised. Clearly, they had gained a lot. However, when they saw Lin Xian sitting cross-legged, they were stunned. This guy wouldn't be staying in the first level all the time, right? Yufei had a puzzled look on her face while Ziyi sneered. The two of them ignored Lin Xian and paid no attention to the pictures on the walls. As far as they were concerned, how could there be anything good on the first level? An hour later, the stone door opened again. Zi Yi took the lead and charged out. Yu Fei followed closely behind, and Lin Xian was the last. He slowly stood up and bowed to his surroundings before walking towards the stone door. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 patterns flashed and entered his mind. Lin Xian felt a jolt of energy. He felt that he could easily see the 4 carvings. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xian walked out of the stone tower. Laughter rang out from the purple extreme Devil Palace. They must have gotten something good. Rain Country's side was also filled with cheers. Zi Yi reached the 8th floor, and Yu Fei reached the 7th floor. Both of them obtained good things. Lin Xian, which level are you on? Elder Song asked. Hearing this, the disciples of the other 2 countries also pricked up their ears. I thought he was some kind of genius. But now it seems that he's actually an idiot. Zi sneered. Your Xia country's genius actually stayed in the 1st level for an entire day. What a joke! What? Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian. Many people sneered, and some were puzzled. In their eyes, Lin Xian wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Elder Song and Elder Gu were also surprised and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian didn't want to say anything. Since they misunderstood, then let them misunderstand. This way, it would save him a lot of trouble. I just consolidated my soul power and spent some time. Sigh, many people sighed. That was the inscription tower. There were so many good things inside, and they were wasted by Lin Xian, just like that. Elder Song and Elder Gu sighed and didn't say anything else. They would rest for a while and return tomorrow. Everyone dispersed and prepared to return. At night, Lin Xian found the 2 elders and asked for some jade slips. Lin Xian, what do you want this for? Elder Song and Elder Gu were puzzled. Lin Xian held the jade slip in his hand and copied a picture on the wall into it. He then handed it to the 2 elders. These days, I am indebted to the 2 elders for taking care of me. Here are some inscription pictures from the inscription tower. They might be useful to the 2 elders. Elder Song and Elder Gu were slightly surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to give them something like this. Using their soul power, they saw a very simple inscription picture. However, upon closer inspection, it didn't seem that simple. This is... Elder Song was a 3rd grade inscription master, and his knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. Although he couldn't understand it immediately, with his many years of experience, he knew that this thing wasn't as simple as it seemed. It seems that your harvest is greater than expected. I can rest assured now. Elder Song and Elder Gu put away the jade slip and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. This was only one of the pictures, and it wasn't one of the 4 strange pictures. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it to Lin Xian, but there was an inexplicable force that prevented Lin Xian from copying the 4 pictures. Elders, I want to go out and travel. I won't be going back with everyone tomorrow. Lin Xian said in a low voice. He wanted to cultivate and improve his strength to prepare for the battle with Lin Feng. But more importantly, he had a map in his hand. The place depicted on the map was relatively close to where he was, and he wanted to explore it. All right, the Great Xia is too small. With your talent, even in the Tianan region, you will be able to shine. Elder Song was very knowledgeable. He didn't stop Lin Xian. This is the deacon's token of the Inscription Alliance. If you have any difficulties, go to the Inscription Alliance. Elder Song said. Elder Gu also took out a palm-sized token. This is the Elder's token of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. From now on, you are an Elder of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. Lin Xian took the 2 tokens and put them away. Seniors, I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Lin Xian came to Vivian again. Quietly handing over the jade slip in his hand Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't show it to others." Vivian was stunned, then nodded and put away the jade slip. "Take care. We will meet again if fate wills it." Lin Xian waved his hand and disappeared into the night. "Take care." Vivian nodded vigorously. She knew that with Lin Xian's talent, he would go very far in the future. She could only desperately chase after him. "Will we meet again?" Vivian clenched the jade slip. Lin Xian left. He didn't know that his 3 jade slips would become 3 inscription masters in the future, and their names would spread around the Great Xia. Of course, this was a story for another day. The night was hazy, and the faint moonlight sprinkled on the ground. He took out the broken map. There were many red dots on it, and a few of them were near the Green Water Valley. Chapter 244. Lin Xian guessed that the map should have recorded the location of the treasure, and the red that could be the location where the treasure was buried. However, there were too many red dots, and they needed to be verified one by one. The nearest one is 200 miles away from the Green Water Valley. Let's go there and take a look. Lin Xian put away the map. His body flashed, and he disappeared into the night. Not long after Lin Xian left, the 2 purple shadows quickly rushed into the valley. Whoosh! Zi Ying was as silent as a ghost. The 2 of them arrived at the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's territory and quickly transmitted their voices. Reporting to 5th Elder, "That brat really left." "Humph, as long as you leave, things will be easier." The 5th Elder sneered, his eyes filled with malice. "Such a genius must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the Xia country to control him in the future. The 2 of you follow Purple Heart. You must kill this brat. For such a small matter, there's no need for Senior Brother Purple Heart. The 2 of us can do it," the 5th Elder said in a low voice. "With ZXIN taking action, I can rest assured." Beside him, Ziyi revealed a cruel smile. "Lin Xian, so what if you've taken first place? You'll still die. Only the one who had the last laugh was the winner." In the night, a hazy figure appeared. At this moment, a devilish young man appeared. His aura was even stronger than Violet Knight's. After the 5th Elder gave some instructions, the devilish young man left quietly with the 2 purple-clothed men. "Did you leave a mark?" The 3 of them walked out of the valley, and the devilish young man asked. He was the ZXIN that the 5th Elder had mentioned. "Don't worry, sir. We've left some extreme purple chi in the surroundings. As long as there's even a little of it on his body, we'll be able to track him down." The purple extreme chi was a colorless and odorless gas. Only those from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace could detect it using a secret technique. Once this kind of gas came into contact with one's body, there would be nowhere to run within 1,000 miles. Let him run for a while. Once he's completely out of the Green Water Valley's range, we'll make our move, Purple Heart said in a low voice. Whoosh! The 3 figures ran into the distance. Lin Xian hurried through the forest. A distance of 200 kilometers was not too far for him. Finally, he came to the first place, marked in red. However, after probing for a while, he didn't find anything. He took out the map, confirmed his target again, and quickly left. After a long while, 3 figures appeared in front of the cave. It was ZXIN and the other 2. "He seems to be looking for something," a figure asked. "Follow them. We'll make our move when the sun rises." Purple Heart said calmly. After a night of running, Lin Xian finally arrived at the second location, marked in red at dawn. This was a mountain stream, and the surrounding spiritual energy was dense. Just as Lin Xian was about to investigate, he suddenly became vigilant. Lightning patterns appeared on his body as he flew out like a cannonball. Chi! Just as he was about to leave, 2 silhouettes materialized on the spot, the daggers in their hands stabbing into the void. There was a purplish-black color on the cold light. It was obvious that it had been smeared with poison. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The two who had attacked him had hidden themselves very well. His soul force had not been able to detect them. If it wasn't for the murderous aura that was emitted when he made his move, which alerted him, he would have been seriously injured by now. Your reflexes are not bad. A faint voice came from the void. Then a figure appeared. Purple clothes and purple eyes, the disguise of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace. You're really haunting me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. To be honest, your talent is not bad. We won't allow you to continue growing. Purple Heart said slowly, if you obediently give up, I can consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, you can just wait to fall into hell. Lin Xian stared at the youth who had spoken, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face, as expected of the demonic sect. However, if you want to keep me here, it's not something that can be done with just a few words. Lin Xian was not arrogant. Even the number one of the younger generation, Ziyi, had lost to him. There was almost no one in the younger generation who could be his opponent. Unless the older generation made a move, he would not be afraid. Who do you think you are? When our Lord Purple Heart was famous, he wasn't even born yet. The champion of this year's competition. Purple Heart's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. The two of you can play with him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two silhouettes in purple intertwined and pounced like ghosts. The daggers in their hands were suffused with a purplish black light, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. The two of them cooperated very well. In an instant, they were on Lin Xian's left and right. Their targets were Lin Xian's vital points. Not far away, Purple Heart sat on a huge rock. She had an evil smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Feeling the fierce attacks coming from both sides, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the aura on his body erupted like a flash flood. The rocks on the ground were instantly shattered into powder, and then scattered in all directions with a surge of spiritual energy. Streaks of copper lightning patterns appeared on Lin Xian's body, and the surrounding air was filled with the power of wind and lightning. He punched out with both fists, and like two dragons, they pounced on the two silhouettes. Clang! The daggers in their hands pierced the lightning dragon's body, and terrifying cracks appeared. However, an even more ferocious power surged out of the lightning dragon's body, and entered their bodies through the daggers. Many golden arcs of lightning entered their bodies and rumbled in their bodies. With two muffled groans, the two silhouettes retreated quickly, constantly changing their positions. What a frightening power of lightning! Shock appeared in their eyes. It was obvious that they had suffered under the attack of the golden arcs of lightning. However, since the two of them were able to follow Purple Heart, they were not ordinary people. After a few breaths, the two silhouettes controlled the power of lightning in their bodies and charged over again. Purple Ultimate Ecstasy Kill. The two silhouettes were blood brothers, and their minds were connected. They knew what the other was thinking with just a glance. Under their combined efforts, a psychedelic assassination array appeared in their hands. He used his ultimate move so quickly. Looks like this kid is more interesting than I thought. The smile on Purple Heart's face deepened. Lin Xian tapped his foot lightly, and his right leg swept out. The power of wind and lightning surged, and it had the power to wipe out 1,000 soldiers. Bam, bam, bam. The two silhouettes joined forces and took it head-on. The purple-black daggers pierced towards Lin Xian's right leg like raindrops. The copper lightning patterns emitted light, and like the most solid barrier, it protected Lin Xian's body. Swish! Formless soul power surged towards Lin Xian, and in an instant, dozens of silhouettes appeared around him. Every one of them seemed real. 10 silhouettes joined forces, and they stabbed towards Lin Xian from all directions. Illusion technique? Lin Xian's lips curled up, and the soul power of a peak second-grade inscription master spread out, fiercely hitting the silhouettes. Puff, puff! The illusions around him disappeared, and two silhouettes flew out in a sorry state. Boom! The two silhouettes landed on the ground, and a terrifying crater was formed. What a strong soul power! How is this possible? Fear finally appeared in their eyes. They did not believe that such soul power would appear on a 17-year-old boy. Even Purple Heart, who was far away, put away her playful smile and her eyes flickered. Interesting. You two trash. Quickly finish him off. Chapter 245. Purple Heart's words shocked the two martial artists in purple. They knew that this was a sign that Purple Heart was about to get angry. The two of them had joined forces, and yet they couldn't take down a little brat. It was embarrassing. Strongest attack, purple illusion, heart-piercing stab. The two of them pressed their palms together as their bodies spun like a top. Whong! Whong! The air vibrated as the trees on both sides were uprooted and turned into powder in midair. Stab! A purple vortex flew out with two cold glints in its center. They were like the eyes of a ferocious beast and were filled with a dangerous aura. Lin Xian pursed his lips, and the aura on his body rose again. Lightning surged and formed a strange rune. With a flip of his palm, the red flame sword appeared in his hand. The heavy sword had a thick back and a broad sword body. The heavy sword once again emitted a dark red glow. Like a brand, the runes on the sword body flickered and were filled with a mysterious aura. In an instant, the lightning on Lin Xian's body covered the sword and formed a sharp sawtooth. Holding the sword with both hands, Lin Xian swung it with all his might. Whoosh! Crack! This attack contained all of Lin Xian's strength, and the ferocious power tore the air apart. Boom! The heavy sword hit the purple vortex, and an earth-shattering sound exploded. An extremely unstable energy, waves spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. In the center, a light pillar with a diameter of 3 meters shot up into the sky and dispersed all the clouds in the sky. Purple Heart's body floated and landed on the ground like a feather. Purple light flashed in his eyes as he looked forward. In the next moment, he frowned and his face darkened. When all the light disappeared, Lin Xian's voice could be heard. The lightning on his body had disappeared, and the red flame sword in his hand was dripping with blood. A pungent stench filled the air and made people want to vomit. 5 meters in front of him, the ground caved in, and there was a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. There were countless cracks spreading around it. In the pit, there were 2 lumps of mud-like things piled up, and there was still the power of the lightning on them. Purple Heart's face darkened. He had seen that attack clearly. Lin Xian directly used brute force to turn his 2 subordinates into meat paste, and that terrifying strength made his expression change slightly. Very good. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. This is even more fun. Purple Heart regained her composure in an instant, but the murderous aura on her body became even stronger. He slowly stretched out a hand and said in a contemptuous tone, "I can deal with you with 1 hand." If there was anyone else here, their jaws would definitely drop. Who was Lin Xian? He was the champion of this year's Inscription Tower competition, and his strength had firmly suppressed the younger generation. And now, there was actually someone who wanted to finish him off with 1 hand. This ZXIN was definitely a lunatic. Lin Xian looked at the arrogant young man in front of him and didn't retaliate. On the contrary, he felt an indescribable sense of danger from Purple Heart. As a swordsman, he trusted his instincts. Therefore, he planned to give it his all. Putting away the red flame sword, Lin Xian took out the autumn scar sword. The sword light was like autumn water, shining in all directions. A sharp sword intent surged in his body, ready to burst out at any moment. On the opposite side, Purple Heart didn't rush over. Instead, an evil smile appeared on his face. "Perhaps I don't even need to do anything. You will die." Purple light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly activated the purple demon eyes. Purple flames jumped and jumped towards Lin Xian. Cut! The soul sword flew out, turning into a shapeless sword chi and slashing towards the purple fire. The two collided in the air like swords clashing. Split! Purple Heart's eyes moved, and the purple fire in the air suddenly split into two. One ball restrained the soul, while the other ball quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, the broken trees were all set ablaze, turning into ashes in an instant. Wang! Lin Xian suddenly pulled out his sword, and the wind and thunder sword light flashed out, hacking at the purple fire. The dragon's sword intent surged, increasing the attacking power of this sword by several times. Before the sword chi arrived, 100-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! The purple fire was impacted, and its speed slowed down. Under the pressure of the sword chi, it kept changing its shape. Whoosh! Finally, the purple fire dissipated, and the soul sword flew back. Lin Xian and Purple Heart faced each other from afar. Peak grade 2 soul power. Not bad. Purple Heart snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame appeared on his fingertip. The purple flame jumped. Although it was small, it emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. His long sword danced, and he quickly stabbed out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Bright sword light surged, and like a waterfall it slashed down. The air trembled, and explosions occurred continuously, blowing up the surrounding mountains. Facing this fierce sword, Purple Heart smiled disdainfully. He flicked his finger, and the purple flame quickly rushed out. Like jumping fairies, the small purple flame collided with the sword chi and constantly mixed. It was like ice meeting fire, and there was a sizzling sound. On the materialized sword chi, a wormhole-like crack appeared, and it quickly became bigger. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The terror of the flame was beyond his imagination. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian swung his sword again, and the fierce wind disappeared. It was as if there was only one sword left in the world. Ka! Ka! The original sword chi was burned by the purple flame, and it was broken. However, an even more fierce sword chi attacked. Clang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The purple flame was knocked away, and its color dimmed. Seeing this, Lin Xian's body shook, and like lightning, he stabbed towards Purple Heart. Seeing that his purple flame was obstructed again, Purple Heart's face darkened. He opened his right hand, and traces of purple flame shot out from his palm, forming a flaming palm. Whoosh! He pushed his palm out, and half the sky turned into a sea of fire. Sword light flashed, and the endless flames were split in half. Lin Xian opened a path in the raging flames. Whoosh! His body shook, and he disappeared again. The long sword in his hand pierced towards Purple Heart's forehead with a fierce aura. Scram! Purple Heart's 5 fingers formed a claw, and flames danced on it. He mercilessly clawed forward. Ding, ding, ding. In a flash, Lin Xian stabbed more than 100 times, and they clashed with the flaming palm, creating a series of explosions. Great Dragon Sword Intent. Lin Xian's eyes focused, and his attacks became fierce again. Many of the flames on Purple Heart's palm were extinguished by the sword intent, revealing his pale palm. Ka! Purple Heart exerted his strength and grabbed the Autumn Scar sword. Then his face turned ferocious. Brat, I'm not in the mood to play with you anymore. Die! An enormous aura gushed out from his body, covering the sky and the earth. It was as if 10,000 mountains were going to crush everything. The surrounding rocks and trees were crushed into powder by this formless aura. Even the ground caved in by half a foot. Lin Xian's bones cracked under the pressure. He tried his best to pull back his long sword, but it was useless. Brat, today I'll show you the terror of a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Chapter 246. Half-step harmonious spirit. Hearing these words, Lin Xian's pupils shrunk. His expression was somewhat ugly. Half-step, harmonious spirit realm. This kind of situation was beyond his expectations. Anything related to the harmonious spirit realm was not something a Sea of Souls realm warrior could contend against. Seeing the change in Lin Xian's expression, Zixian couldn't help but laugh. He liked to enjoy the frightened expressions of his opponents. It was a kind of pleasure for him. Die in fear. Zixian laughed loudly. His left hand suddenly stretched out, and a fierce spirit power instantly bombarded Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian decisively abandoned the Autumn Scar sword and retreated like lightning. At the same time, he activated the ancient armor and the copper thunder mark with all his might. Layers of lightning marks flickered and quickly formed on the surface of his body. At the same time, a thick and heavy armor appeared on top of it. However, the strength of a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior was much stronger than he had imagined. Almost in the blink of an eye, that fierce power had already crashed into his body. Puff! As if a huge mountain had crashed into his body, Lin Xian felt that all the bones in his body were about to shatter. Block for me. His expression was ferocious. He crazily activated all his defenses, but his body flew out like a cannonball. Crack! Crack! On his chest, the copper thunder mark dimmed, as if it had been extinguished. Not only that, but a glaring crack had also appeared on the armor he was wearing. Boom! His body crashed into the ground, creating a deep hole. Lin Xian endured the pain and drank a cup of spirit wine at the first moment. If it wasn't for the copper thunder mark and the ancient armor, this attack would have taken his life. Moreover, his loss was also huge. Not only was the copper thunder mark damaged, the armor on it was also destroyed. With the help of the spirit wine, Lin Xian quickly recovered. He didn't die? Zixian was very surprised. His attack just now was enough to kill any Sea of Souls realm warrior 1,000 times over. A purple light flashed as Zixian looked at Lin Xian. So you have a spirit armor to protect your body. No wonder you could survive. But why do you have so much this time? As soon as she finished speaking, Zixian quickly rushed over. Purple flames appeared on her palm. Lin Xian felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt as if he was being stared at by a peerless beast that could devour him at any moment. Don't take it head-on. The difference is too great. Lord Alcohol reminded. Lin Xian nodded. Zixian was much stronger than him. Even Meng Yan, Lin Feng, and the others couldn't stop her. This was not surprising. Although Purple Heart looked young, she was actually in her 40s. She had been cultivating for far longer than Lin Xian. Qingnu, I'm counting on you. His storage ring flashed, and a green figure appeared. Lin Xian's eyes changed, forming inscriptions that entered the body of the green figure. It's useless. In front of me, Sea of Soul realm martial artists are no different from ants. Purple Heart suddenly appeared, and her purple flame palm slammed down. Boom! The flames danced and burned the air, turning into a sea of fire that spread out in all directions. However, a green figure blocked in front of Lin Xian and received the palm strike. Die. Purple Heart's eyes were cold. She planned to kill both of them together. The moment she touched the body of the green-haired man, a cold and dark chi soared into the sky as if it wanted to devour everything. Rolling green smoke formed a 10-meter big fist and blasted toward Purple Heart. The mountain rocks shattered, and the trees within 100 meters were snapped. Like a huge mountain, the green fist deflected the flame palm and rushed toward Purple Heart with an even sharper aura. Humph! Purple Heart snorted coldly. Her body was like a flame that spread out in all directions and then reformed behind her. While the two were fighting, Lin Xian's body swayed and retrieved the Autumn Scar sword. So what if you're a half-step harmonious spirit realm? I've even slapped the face of a true harmonious spirit realm expert, let alone you. Lin Xian was furious. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. Qing Nu, kill him! Lin Xian coldly shouted. This Qing Nu was the mysterious green-haired man who had followed Lin Xian. However, now that Lin Xian had used the slave imprint on her, she could only listen to his orders. Shoo! 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 The green-haired man's hair flew toward Purple Heart like thousands of sharp arrows. You still have a helper. Purple Heart could feel Qing Nu's aura, and his heart became heavy. He put away his playful mood, and his eyes became unusually sharp. Unless you're a true harmonious spirit realm expert, you can just wait for your death. Obviously, Purple Heart didn't plan to let Lin Xian go. Purple Flame, transformation. With a flip of his palm, the purple flame turned into a 100-meter big firebird that covered the sky and rushed forward. Puff! Puff! Great dragon soared intent. Outer sky flying star. Lin Xian became one with his sword and turned into a shooting star that pierced toward Purple Heart. With a flash of sword light, the autumn scar sword pierced through Purple Heart's chest and sent him flying. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian attacked again. With a thrust of his sword, the wind and clouds changed. The glaring sword light slashed on Purple Heart's body and sent him flying. The purple firebird in the sky disappeared, and Purple Heart's body was sent flying 100 meters away. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief, but then he frowned. Under his soul perception, Purple Heart's aura didn't weaken. On the contrary, it was getting stronger. Did I not hurt him? Lin Xian's heart was in turmoil. Kid, I have to admit that I have underestimated you. But with just these, you can't hurt me. Purple Heart's voice was cold. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He tore off the tattered clothes on his body, revealing the dark black armor on his body. I have a high, rank profound armor. You can't break through my defense. Purple Heart's face showed a playful expression. With this armor, even if he faced Qing Nu, he wouldn't be afraid. I will cut 36,000 cuts on your body, and then sprinkle bloodthirsty ants on your body to eat your flesh. I will let your soul reincarnate in hell. Purple Heart's voice was cold like a demon's. Lin Xian took a deep breath. We don't know who will die yet. Qing Nu, go! Swoosh! The green figure pounced forward again and engaged in a fierce battle with Purple Heart. Lin Xian continued to merge the Sword of Soul and the great dragon, sword intent, at the side. Finally, after 15 times, he succeeded. Roar! A deep dragon roar sounded, and the formless Sword of Soul pierced toward Purple Heart. With the support of the sword intent, the power of the Sword of Soul had at least doubled. This was also why Lin Xian had chosen to use the Sword of Soul, and not the Flame of Soul. Swoosh! The Sword of Soul was silent and quickly attacked Purple Heart. Humph! Insignificant skill. Purple Heart sneered. His eyes turned, and the flame of soul gushed out. Chi-chi! Puff! The two collided, and the flame of soul only resisted for a breath's time before it was extinguished. What? Purple Heart frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian's soul attack to be so strong. In the next moment, he finally tasted the power of the Sword of Soul. Chapter 247. The soul sword that had merged with the sword had become extremely powerful. This move was very close to the attack of a third-tier inscription master. Purple Heart was heavily injured and dizzy. All the martial arts he had used had disappeared. Qing Nu took this opportunity to attack fiercely. Her green fingertips slashed across Purple Heart's body, leaving many horrifying wounds. Lin Xian met the sword head-on, thrusting his sword forward. Great dragon sword will. Green dragon goes to the sea. The sword light was like a dragon, rolling in the clouds and roaring ferociously. This time, it attacked Purple Heart's forehead, intending to end the battle in one go. Puff! Blood splattered from Purple Heart's forehead. The autumn scar sword was less than 3 feet away from Purple Heart's head. At this moment, Purple Heart suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were purple. His head was in a mess. The long sword grazed his head, leaving a bloody mark. "Kid, I want you dead." Purple Heart was furious. The blood on his forehead had evaporated. Purple Extreme Secret Art, Blood Evil Descent. Boom! His body suddenly grew 3 feet tall like a giant. It was actually the Purple Extreme Hall's martial arts. Qing Nu smiled evilly and pointed out. Puff! Purple Heart's swollen body was like a deflated balloon. It immediately softened. Impossible! How could you break it? Fear appeared on Purple Heart's face. This was the Purple Extreme Demon Palace's secret art. It was impossible to break it. However, the green-haired man had broken it with a single finger. This completely overturned his understanding. He did not know that the green-haired man was the evil Dragon Sex Envoy's clone, and that the Purple Extreme Demon Palace was just a hall. In front of the green-haired man, the two were not on the same level. "Master, release my seal. I have a way to kill him." The green-haired man looked back at Lin Xian with a trace of excitement in his eyes. Lin Xian frowned as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Humph! He snorted and used the slave seal. The green-haired man showed a pained expression. At the same time, Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared in front of Purple Heart. "Kid, you dare to touch me?" Purple Heart was furious. Lin Xian's gaze was cold. Cold light flickered on his fingertips. Half of the mysterious ice chi flowed out and circled around ZXian's body. An abnormally cold aura overflowed and froze everything in the surroundings. How is this possible? Purple Heart's face was filled with terror. He could feel the threat of death looming over him. Crack! His head was frozen, and the fear on his face was frozen forever. With a flash of sword light, a head flew up. Purple Heart's face was still filled with fear. Even in death, he could not believe that Lin Xian could kill him so easily. The green-haired man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the icy chi. Lin Xian's cold gaze enveloped Qing Nu as he warned, "Don't play any tricks or I'll kill you." The green-haired man did not dare to act rashly and could only obey obediently. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and used the slave seal to put the blue-haired man away. Then he showed a pained expression. That was his last trace of mysterious ice chi. Now that he had used half of it, there was still half of it left. However, he did not regret it. Firstly, he killed ZXan, and secondly, he used this opportunity to intimidate Qing Nu, putting away his long sword. Lin Xian took off ZXian's upper-grade Mystic Class armor and put on. Then he took the storage ring from ZXian's hand. With a flick of his finger, a golden arc flew out and shattered ZXian's body. After jumping down the mountain stream, Lin Xian found a safe place and heaved a sigh of relief. In the battle just now, he was hit by ZXian's palm and suffered serious internal injuries. After drinking a cup of spirit wine, Lin Xian began to use the art of longevity. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, ZXian's storage ring appeared. He hoped to get some compensation. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This guy is really rich. Middle-grade spirit stones were far more precious than low-grade spirit stones. Even some elders of 2-star sects might not necessarily have 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, Lin Xian also found the complete version of the purple demon eyes. Its power was many times stronger than the purple spirit eyes. Even though Lin Xian had the inscriptions from the stone eyeball, the purple demon eyes was still very valuable to him. As for the other low-grade mystic class artifacts, Lin Xian did not care about them. After putting these things away, Lin Xian stood up and looked around. He still did not find anything, so he decisively left. In the following days, Lin Xian searched according to the red marks on the map while comprehending the 4 inscriptions in his mind. These 4 inscriptions recorded the soul cultivation method, which made Lin Xian's soul cultivation speed faster than before. At the same time, he was also practicing a sword technique that Lord Alcohol had given him. The Azure Cloud 9 swords had a total of 9 stances. When used with the Great Dragon Sword intent, it was extremely powerful. After more than a month of practice, Lin Xian was able to use the first 3 stances. Over the past month, he had found almost half of the red marks on the map. The next one was 1,500 kilometers away. Lin Xian's body flashed as he darted out like a swimming dragon. This set of footwork was called the Dragon Rebel Steps. It contained the Dragon Rebel 7 steps, which was also taught to him by Lord Alcohol. With the Dragon Rebel Steps, Lin Xian's speed was 3 times faster than before. With a flash, Lin Xian disappeared from the forest. While Lin Xian was searching for the marks on the map, the 3-star sects in the surrounding countries like China and Shadow Nation were also busy. China, Snow-Seeking Sect. One Saber, Ice Snow. The floating island that only opens once every few hundred years is finally open again. This time, we have been promoted to a 3-star sect. The 2 of you can enter, an elder said with a chuckle. Sword Pool Manor, Lin family. Foam! This floating island is a great opportunity. You must not miss it. The Earthfire sect, Blue Moon sect, and other 3-star sects were all preparing. Shadow Nation, Purple Demon Palace. 2 elders' faces darkened. Zixin has been out for a month. Why isn't she back yet? The floating island is about to open. Did an accident happen? Impossible. What accident can there be when dealing with a 2nd-grade inscriber? Let's wait for another 3 days. If she doesn't come back, we'll send someone else. This is a competition between all the factions in the Tianan region. We can't be careless. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was looking for his next destination. 5 days later, he arrived at a mountain peak. Still nothing. Lin Xian sighed. He didn't plan to waste any more time. Rest up. I'll go somewhere else to train. Lin Xian took out the frost platform and began cultivating. Not long after, the sky suddenly darkened as if a huge palm had covered the sky. At the same time, a terrifying pressure came from the sky. Whoosh! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and put away the frost platform. He looked cautiously at the sky. Wooji wooji. The snow-white monkey jumped onto his shoulder and looked curiously at the sky with its black, gem-like eyes. Ever since it ate the dragon fruit, it had fallen into a deep sleep and had only woken up a few days ago. This pressure should come from a strange, independent space, said Lord Alcohol with a voice transmission. Lin Xian touched his chin. What kind of space is so scary? Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, thousands of rays of light shot down from the dark sky and flew in all directions. One of them flew toward Lin Xian. Chapter 248. Lin Xian was enveloped by the light from the sky and felt warm all over. What's going on? Lin Xian was puzzled. Let's see what you have on you, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Lin Xian scanned with his soul spirit and suddenly exclaimed. In the corner of his storage ring, there was a palm-sized stone token that emitted a gentle light. Beside it, there was a stone key. These 2 items were obtained when Lin Xian obtained the Wind Thearka sword. He didn't expect them to be of use at this moment. He took out the stone token and placed it in his palm. Buzz! The void trembled as the light resonated with the stone token and gradually became blurry. Lin Xian didn't hesitate as he grabbed the token and disappeared with the light. If he wasn't wrong, the place he was going to was related to the Wind Arch. He wouldn't miss out on something that could increase his strength. At the same time, the disciples of the 3-star and above sects were also taken away by the light. After an unknown period of time, Lin Xian woke up again. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and waterfalls flowed. The surroundings were like a fairyland. The dense trees were hundreds of meters tall, and their branches were strong and vigorous like horned dragons. Lin Xian released his soul spirit and didn't sense any danger. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The teleportation made him feel extremely tired. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Hiding in the bushes, Lin Xian lowered his aura to the lowest and entered a state of rest. A day later, he slowly woke up. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's essence, energy, and spirit reached their peak. What dense spiritual energy! He sighed. The spiritual energy here far exceeded that of the outside world. Even a third-grade sect couldn't compare to it. Cultivating here for a day was probably equivalent to cultivating for a few days outside. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and were incomparably deep. He obtained the cultivation method of the purple demon eyes from Purple Heart Storage Ring and upgraded his purple spirit eyes to the purple demon eyes. At the same time, he used the method taught by Lord Alcohol to hide the purple light. Now, when he used his eye technique, only faint runes flashed. There was no longer any purple light. Practicing the secret arts of other sects was a taboo. Moreover, the Purple Extreme Devil Palace was a 3-star sect. Lin Xian didn't want to be hunted down by them every day. The Purple Demon Eyes had a total of 6 stages. Violet Knight had only cultivated to the 3rd stage, while Violet Heart had cultivated to the 4th. The difference was that Ziyi needed to borrow the power of his bloodline to use the Flame of the Soul, while Zexan could easily use it. With the foundation of the Purple Spirit Eyes and his powerful soul force, Lin Xian quickly reached the 4th stage. Now he could also use the Soul Flame. He turned his gaze and looked around. In the end, he discovered that this space was so big that he couldn't see the end of it. That day, many multicolored lights descended from the sky. It seems like I wasn't the only one who entered this place. Could it be that it was the same as the trial by blood and fire with many sects entering? In fact, Lin Xian's guess was not far from the truth. There were indeed many sects that had entered, but the standard this time was clearly much higher than in the Cloud State. To be able to enter this place, one had to be a 3-star sect at the very least. Let's scout it out first. Lin Xian decided to scout the situation first. Using the Dragon Inverse Steps, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Half a day later, Lin Xian came to a mountain peak and fell into deep thought. Hee, kid, you finally discovered it. Lord Alcohol chuckled. You already knew? Lin Xian was taken aback as he helplessly stroked his chin. He took out the old map marked with a red mark and looked at it carefully. If one looked carefully, they would realize that some of the places Lin Xian had passed by were shockingly similar to what was drawn on the map. Could this map have been drawn here? Lin Xian had a bold idea. You guessed right. This should be a strategy that has been circulated. Lord Alcohol snorted. Then what are we waiting for? The treasures buried in such a treasure ground must be extraordinary. Lin Xian's heart burned with passion. He took out the map and found his location. Then he found the area closest to him that was marked with a red. Wu-ji. The snow-white monkey also pointed in that direction and cheered. Let's go. Rubbing the monkey's head, Lin Xian transformed into a beam of light. The area closest to him was a pool surrounded by mountains. Lin Xian came to a short mountain peak, and his eyes flickered as he scouted the situation. In front of him was a jade-green lake that sparkled like a flawless emerald. It was a 7-meter-long saber-toothed tiger with a pair of wings on its back that were covered in metallic feathers. The demonic aura around this demonic beast was exuberant as it danced like flames around its body. At that moment, it was lowering its head to drink water, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Suddenly, the demon tiger seemed to have sensed something as it flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. Swoosh! The surface of the lake suddenly exploded as a blue light flashed. Accompanied by a deep roar, a behemoth leaped out of the water. The blue light was like lightning, more than 10 meters long. It was extremely fast and instantly pierced through the demon tiger's wings. Then, it suddenly pulled the tiger back and swallowed it. Gua gua! After the gigantic, demonic beast finished its meal, it was abnormally excited as it walked out of the lake. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he used the qi restraining art to conceal his aura. Then he carefully hid behind the mountain peak. What a huge frog! He was astonished. Beside the lake in front of him, a blue frog that looked like a small mountain stood there. Its demonic aura surged into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. This isn't a frog. It's a blue-eyed blue toad that contains a trace of the bloodline of an ancient beast. It's extremely ferocious, Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. Its ancestor is the nine-eyed heavenly toad, one of the 10 ancient beasts. 10 ancient beasts? Nine-eyed heavenly toad? Lin Xian had never heard of it. He had only heard of divine beasts like the azure dragon and true phoenix. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He felt an aura that surpassed the spirit sea realm. This aura seemed to be even stronger than Zi Xan's. If Lin Xian encountered it a few days ago, he would probably have to run. However, his strength had increased by quite a bit. Even if he wasn't a match for it, he could still protect himself. It's actually a blue-eyed blue toad. Its skin is of the best quality. Not only is its defense extremely strong, but it also contains poison. Even a harmonious spirit expert would have to stay away from it. A few loud laughs were heard, causing the lake water to tremble and countless waves to rise. Whoosh! 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 5 figures landed in front of him as they stared at the blue-eyed blue toad with fiery eyes. These 5 people were very young, only in their 20s, but their auras were extremely powerful. They were not inferior to Ziyi, Yu Fei, and the rest. Lin Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the figures in the distance, in surprise. What powerful strength! Who are these people? I'm afraid they're disciples from large sects participating in the trial. They're at least at the level of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. Lin Xian was vigilant. The Purple Extreme Devil Palace was a 3-star sect. It was one of the top forces in the Xia country, Shadow Country, and other places. If the disciples here were all from 3-star sects, it would be too terrifying. Chapter 249. These people are almost on par with Ziyi, Yu Fei, and the others. Lin Xian sensed and praised inwardly. At this moment, the people in the distance made their move. Several terrifying attacks attacked the blue-eyed blue toad, and the power made Lin Xian's eyelids twitch. These people were all at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and used spirit tier martial arts, which were extremely powerful. The blue-eyed blue toad was furious. It cried out twice, and its tongue lashed out like a whip. Huh! Chi! Chi! A neat cut appeared on the ground. The 5 people quickly dodged and attacked again. For a moment, the nearby rocks shattered and the lake surged. Xiao Xuanzi, go to the bottom of the lake. There might be blue-eyed blue toad eggs, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this, and he left quietly. Circling to a distance, Lin Xian dove into the water like a fish and quickly swam downwards. At the same time, the leader of the 5 said, "Quickly, junior sister Sue, go to the bottom of the lake and see if there are any blue-eyed blue toad eggs. If there are, we must retrieve them. The rest of you, attack with all your might. We must finish them off before the Black Wind sect." Yes. The 4 martial artists attacked with all their might, while junior sister Sue transformed into a spirit armor that covered her body and dove into the lake. Lin Xian was swimming underwater. The width of the lake was far beyond his imagination, and the pressure underwater was much stronger than the outside. Suddenly, his brows twitched and he looked up. Over there, a beautiful figure was descending at a rapid speed. It's her. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He recognized that the woman was one of the members attacking the blue-eyed blue toad. Looks like she has the same idea as me. Lin Xian's face darkened and he increased his speed. Su Xiao also saw someone below and was surprised. Could it be the Black Wind sex people? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but increase her speed. The spirit armor on her body gradually changed and transformed into a fishtail-shaped light under her feet. Who? With a swing of her fishtail, Su Xiao's speed doubled. So fast! Lin Xian was shocked. He could sense that the woman was rapidly approaching. He turned around and unleashed his extreme purple pupil, and a look of realization appeared on his face when he saw the fishtail-shaped beam of light. The spirit energy in Lin Xian's body circulated, and the armor on his body continuously changed, finally transforming into the shape of a flood dragon. His dragon tail shook, and his body flew out like a sharp sword. Haha, so fast! Lin Xian's face lit up. He had the great dragon sword seal, so this change was nothing to him. However, when this change fell into Su Xiao's eyes, it caused a great commotion. She cultivated a type of martial skill that allowed her to transform into a fishtail, and the person below had obviously learned it on the spot, which made her extremely surprised. Gritting his teeth, Su Xiao circulated his spirit energy with all his might, increasing his speed once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flow of water around them became rapid, as if something was coming. Lin Xian's soul force was outstanding. As he looked over, his expression changed. A school of strangely shaped fish was rapidly swimming toward them. There were over 100 of them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, this school of strange fish had already arrived in front of Lin Xian. Their heads were like lizards, and their bodies were slender with fine fish scales. Their sharp teeth were comparable to treasured weapons, shining with a cold light. Crack, crack! A finger-sized hole had been bitten into Lin Xian's protective spiritual armor, and he was covered in wounds. Damn it! Lin Xian's expression changed drastically, and he immediately unleashed the copper thunder pattern. Rings of mysterious thunder patterns covered his body, and violent lightning surged, overflowing in the water. Crackle, crackle! Like a furious thunder dragon, it killed all the fish within 20 meters. However, even more strange fish were biting toward him. Go! Lin Xian did not dare to delay, and with a stroke of his finger, he unleashed the wind, splitting stance. The water in front of him seemed to have been cut open, and a vacuum appeared. Lin Xian seized the opportunity, and his body rushed out like a flood dragon. There's light ahead! Lin Xian's body moved, and he swam toward the light. The light was a bubble with a diameter of about 10 meters. There were some basin-sized eggs and millstone-sized tadpoles swimming inside. It's the blue-eyed blue toad's eggs. Lin Xian was overjoyed. At the same time, he realized that the strange fish behind him were wandering in the distance, not daring to approach the bubbles. That's right, these bubbles contain a thick, evil aura. Normal demonic beasts would not dare to approach them. Just as Lin Xian was about to collect the blue-eyed blue toad's eggs, a light flashed behind him, and a figure rushed out quickly. As expected of a disciple of a large sect, you got out of danger so quickly. Lin Xian praised. The person behind him was Su Xiao. She held a red, thin sword in her hand, and she killed a bloody path. Demonic beast eggs. Su Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise, and then she looked at Lin Xian. I'm from the Star Peak Pavilion. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. These aren't things you can have. She scolded, and at the same time, she quickly approached the bubbles below. Lin Xian ignored her, and his gaze swept across the demonic beast eggs below. Suddenly his brows twitched. In one of the bubbles, there was an egg. There were strands of golden light twining around it, and it faintly emitted an unusual aura. There's actually a phenomenon of atavism. Lord Alcohol was shocked. Xiao Xuanzi, this is good stuff. When it grows up, it'll be comparable to a spirit detecting realm expert. Spirit detecting realm. That's an existence even stronger than a harmonious spirit realm expert. Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion, and he quickly rushed toward the golden egg. "You're courting death," Su Xiao shouted from the side. Her target was also the golden egg. Without hesitation, she stabbed out with her red thin sword. Several sword beams tore through the water and rushed toward Lin Xian. With a stomp, Lin Xian's body twisted strangely, dodging all the sword beams. At the same time, runes flashed in his eyes. Sword Spirit World. When she came into contact with Lin Xian's right eye, Su Zhao's body trembled, as if her soul was being sucked away. Her surroundings changed drastically. Several pitch-black chains bound her tighter and tighter, making it difficult for her to breathe. You're from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace." Su Xiao screamed and struggled frantically. It was rumored that the disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace were ruthless and knew an eye technique called the Purple Extreme Devil Eyes. The young man in front of her was clearly using an eye technique. Purple Extreme Devil Palace? Lin Xian was slightly stunned. Did they come in as well? Although he was surprised, he didn't slow down. He released the Snow-White monkey, and a white light rushed toward the golden egg. "It's useless. You don't have a demonic beast pouch. You can't raise it," Su Xiao screamed from afar. Whoosh! With a flash, Lin Xian arrived in front of Su Xiao. "What are you doing?" Su Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of panic. "Since you know so much, you must have a demonic beast pouch on you." Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Su Xiao's waist. "Shameless. I won't give it to you." Su Xiao bit the tip of her tongue and temporarily regained her consciousness. The red rapier drew a strange arc in the air, aiming for Lin Xuanqiang's eyes, chest, and throat. Su Xiao, on the other hand, kept retreating. Purple Extreme Devil Eyes, 4th level. Lin Xian's body moved erratically, and an invisible soul force rushed toward Su Xiao.